Okay, and we're back. Hello. Welcome to the live stream. My name is William, also known as Sir Aaron, and I will be GMing this series of one-on-ones with Jen, aka Nellens Denati. Say hello.
Hello, this is Nellens Denati. I'm basically the best. Prepare to have your fucking minds blown. All right. So before we start this, I have a question about mechanics of streaming. When you said that the previous stream just disappeared forever, does that mean that this thing didn't save it properly, or what?
No. It's saved, but then I deleted it because it was like 7 minutes of us just like faffing about trying to work out how shit worked.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. I think that's going to happen a lot here.
Probably.
I love me some faffing about.
All right. So it should now, the live stream should show up again. I think we have one viewer, maybe.
Maybe.
It's weird. I don't think I could actually see my own live stream on my channel page.
That's unfortunate. You have to like publish it.
Like if I go to my channel, it doesn't show the broadcast right now. But if I go to the creator studio, it's like, hey, this is live streaming. Okay, whatever. We have a viewer. We have someone in chat. This is streaming, right? let's get some confirmation. And let's actually embed the chat into the stream itself. Cool.
It does say that you are live now. If I go to your page.
Okay, it doesn't show up for me then. That's very strange. Okay, well, anyway, hello, welcome to session 0 of a new series of Exalted games that I'm running with Jen. Be using Luke Crane's Burning Wheel RPG system for a couple of different reasons. Namely, I've never been a huge fan of the Exalted systems themselves, 2nd or 3rd. And so I want to try out Burning Wheel. I've had this idea to try using Burning Wheel for Exalted for a while now, because the whole idea of Burning Wheel is to be completely player character driven. And all of its mechanics revolve around being player character driven. So I find that a lot more exciting than just than just playing normal Exalted. So this is, with the exception of the addition of charms and the Exalted, we're basically running default Burning Wheel, and we're sort of live playtesting as well. So at some point, if this works out well, then I'll probably like upload the rules that I've written somewhere. It's actually quite a minor hack as things go, and I know that Luke Crane doesn't like people hacking Burning Wheel, but hopefully he's not too angry.
I'm sorry, what's he gonna fucking do? Give you a cease and desist? Stop playing Burning Wheel, you're messing with it.
I don't know, Luke Crane's very particular about his games. Anyway, so...
I'm sorry, what was her name?
Pardon?
What was her name?
Luke Crane is the writer of Burning Wheel.
Yeah, Luke Crane, suck my butt.
Okay.
All right, separate question before we get too into this.
Sure.
I see, because I'm watching your stream as this is happening, just because I wanted to see whether it was online or not. And I see what you mean by my face coming up every single time that this happens.
Yeah.
You should have at the bottom right just like you and then me, right?
Yeah.
If you click on your icon, that should stop me from popping up every single time I talk.
Like this?
Well, I can't see it because
Oh.
it's like. But I mean, if it stops doing it.
So, okay, well, hang on, I'll check the stream.
Wait. Oh, no, yep, it worked. Nice.
Yeah? Okay, cool.
So I don't see myself popping up every time I say or do anything. God bless.
Okay,
See,
cool.
gotta get with the
Hooray.
times, old man.
This newfangled technology. Blood Reaper 1-1, how is the audio? Is everything okay? Okay, so this is Burning Wheel. I've given you a character sheet, and if this was like a completely fresh Burning Wheel game, then we'd be building the character up from scratch. But this is a character that Jen has on and off been playing for about 2 years now.
This is
and
my
we
baby.
switched systems about 3 times, or 4 if you include Burning Wheel, I guess. Because we started in original Exalted, then switched to another version, or like my hack of Exalted, and then we switched to my custom, like completely homebrew game called Distant Worlds, and now we're in Burning Wheel. So this is somehow this character is still intact.
Through some shit.
So basically, the way that building a character works in Burning Wheel. Did you watch the video that I sent you by Adam Cobell?
I actually fell asleep 30 seconds into it.
Nice. Okay.
And then I woke up an hour and 20 minutes before the session, just enough time to finish the entire video.
Oh, okay. So you did watch it. Cool.
I did watch it. I'm gonna be straight up with you. All right, I'm gonna be straight up. A lot of it was intense. He showed the Venn diagram abomination, and I was like, "What the fuck am I looking?" I'm sorry, I didn't I didn't go to college. All right.
That's a great picture. Once you know what it is, that's a great picture. But in the meantime, just completely ignore that. We're gonna keep it as basic as possible to begin with. The beauty of Burning Wheel is that it's a very complicated system, but it's complicated from the top up, and it's built to be reduced down to something very simple, and then you can add bits back on in like a very intuitive way. So we will start very simple, just basic testing rules, basic ARTA rules, and so on and so forth. And as we get more familiar with the system, we'll start introducing things like the fight rules, which is like a very complicated game of rock, paper, scissors. And then there's a similar thing for Duel of Wits, which is like, it's the same idea as fight, but for social conflicts. And stuff like that.
No.
It's actually a very, very cool system. I hope you'll enjoy it. But for now, let's just deal with making a character, and we'll go slowly on the rules front.
Okay.
So don't worry too much.
All right. I leave my virgin self in your experienced hands.
Okay, so if you look on your character sheet that I gave you,
I'm seeing a lot of lists.
Yeah, so on the basic biome info, I've written up all of your charms.
Right.
And I gave you your great weapon that you got at the end of last season.
Hell fucking yeah!
And then if you go to the character sheet tab,
I cannot see the character sheet tab.
Can you not?
I cannot.
I need to let you edit. There we go. Save changes. You should now be able to see the character sheet tab.
I can suddenly see everything.
Okay, so within the character sheet tab, there's 4 other tabs called Information, Stats and Skills, Combat, and Character Burner. The Character Burner is literally just a worksheet to help you make a character.
Right. I like how one of my life paths is Kid.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, what I've done.
But everyone who didn't have a kid life path was never a child.
Well, kid just means like you are unemployed. You're at a working age. This is a sort of medieval setting. I should mention right off the bat that running Exalted in Burning Wheel will make the world a lot more grounded and realistic.
Okay.
So it's like when the kid life path basically just means that you're 10 and above and you're unemployed, but you're at like a working age and just like you're bumming about in your village not doing anything really. So basically,
Okay. Right.
so I've done
Solid.
all of the busy work for you, basically, and you can feel free to
Okay.
dispute this if you want. But I basically read your backstory again and had to think about like stuff that we've talked about Denati for the last 2 years on and off, and basically tried to make your character for you, since that will avoid us having to dig through the books looking at like the hundreds of life paths and hundreds of skills.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. I've avoided all of that by giving you this instead.
I think Luke
But
just needs to get
there's
out more.
still like options for you. So I've basically prepared a base for you and I to work through.
Right.
Whilst avoiding a lot of the busy work that would ordinarily come from making a character from scratch.
I'm not gonna lie. I 2 screens would be so handy about now.
Pardon?
2 screens would be so handy about now.
Oh, yeah. I should apologize in advance as well. I know that you normally like to print your character sheets. That's probably not going to work with Burning Wheel.
I'll fucking find a way. I'll make an Excel sheet with all of this and physically copy it by hand. I will do it. Do not tempt me.
Okay. So, well, the main reason I say that is because this character sheet has built-in macros. So you see the little dice icon next to the stats and attributes and stuff. They're like 6 dots in a box. Basically, you click that and it will open a macro to roll dice. So this is the basic mechanic. This is how you test all of your stuff. We'll get to that later. So
I rolled something and I did not succeed.
Yeah. I guess the basic system is it's a dice pool mechanic. It uses 1d6s. So for every point you have in a skill, you add that to your pool and then you roll. And if you get a 4, 5, or 6, then you succeed. If you get a 3, 2, or a 1, then you fail. Or it counts as a Luke calls them traitors. He's like success dice and traitor dice. Which I think is a novel way to call it. But yeah. So it's actually kind of similar to original Exalted, except that was D10s.
Right.
Anyway, the macro will do most of the work for you. Anyway, so let's talk about life paths. So Denati was born in Angtang.
Mm-hmm.
And
Dragon's Jaw.
In Dragon's Jaw.
Yes.
Let's check what that is. Oh, this map isn't detailed enough. Okay. Well,
I think I might have the map that I used to figure out where the fuck everything was.
So this one might be subject to change. If Dragon's Jaw is a village, then you're village born. If Dragon's Jaw is more of a city, then we can change that to city born.
Right. I always had the idea of it being a village, just like this scrub backwater place that's near the ocean.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe if Dragonclaw is a city, I think it might be. Then we can just say that it's like a village off to the side of Dragonclaw or something like that.
Right. So I found it. If you want it.
Sure. Just pop it in the Roll20 chat. So yeah, so you're village born, and then I got the impression from the way that you described like your adolescence that you were basically like you discovered that you were an air aspect Exalt kind of accidentally, and you were just like fucking about with the wind and stuff until some immaculate monk spotted you.
Oh, the innocence of children. Here you go.
So, yeah, so that's why I gave you the kid life path. because it's sort of like you weren't really doing anything whilst you or between exalting and being adopted by House Nellens.
Right.
Plus, the skills that being a kid gives you are things that I think are quite attuned to what Denati does. So the skills that being a kid give you are trouble-wise, throwing, and inconspicuous. So I feel like that's sort of appropriate, and we'll talk about skills in a sec.
Okay.
So then you exalted, and then you were taken to the Obsidian Mirror in the Blessed Isle, and then within a year or so, or less than a year, you were adopted by House Nellens and privately schooled.
Yeah, I think it was 6 months.
Something like that.
Half a year. We worked out the math on this.
Yeah. Well, the math has changed a little bit because Burning Wheel has its own aging system. So according to these life paths, you're 26 years old.
Okay, I think that's only like
which is roughly what you were before, plus or minus a year, I think. So you're adopted and privately schooled by House Nellens. So this is the student life path.
Okay.
And that gives you the read, write, philosophy, rule of law, history, symbology, anatomy, astrology, and streetwise skills, I think.
Oh my god.
And
I'm sorry, I scrolled down and I saw that one of my traits was bad egg. How dare you?
Bad egg is a required trait for being village born.
How rude.
But ignore the traits for now. We'll get to those in a sec. So each of these life paths is giving you, or it's aging you. It's giving you resources. It's giving you mental and physical stats. And it's giving you skills and trait points. And it also determines what skills you can open at character creation and what traits you can take at character creation. So then after you were schooled by House Nellens, you went to the House of Bells.
Right.
And I basically combined the House of Bells schooling into two things. So it's runner and foot soldier life paths combined basically into one. And this is where you learn to be an Imperial soldier. This is where you were drilled and like taught how to fight properly and all that stuff. And then I've given you a 1-year lead as you've come out of the House of Bells, and you've you basically spent the last year building up your mercenary company. If you were an older character, then at this point we might add a life path that just says mercenary or something like that. But since the story at this point is about you wanting to build up this mercenary company, this is basically where your life paths stop for now.
Okay.
So actually, before we go further, that's probably a good place to talk about the situation.
Okay.
So the situation is what you expect from the game and what I expect from the game.
All right.
So you have a little mercenary corps in or near the Imperial City.
Right.
And you've just got back from the horrible experience at Pejap's Stair.
Still salty I couldn't join the group afterwards.
So, as I said, this is a completely, or this game will be completely driven by you now. So it's actually up to you. Do you want to start off like immediately at where we left at the end of last season, like after someone walks away off of the pier, and then like you turn around and you go your separate ways and get on with your lives whilst he's prepping for his wedding? Or do you want to skip ahead a couple months?
Well, okay, from what I remember, all right, from what I remember, someone still had like a couple of, like a month or so to go before he had to start prepping for his wedding.
His wedding is in a month, so he's prepping now, basically.
Well, that is unfortunate. The way we left off, it was like we were gonna go and paint the town red, and then he was gonna have to settle down and do his wedding.
Wasn't it? All right, let's check the calendar on the original Roll20 page.
All right, here we go. Let me bust out. Where did I put the folder for this? I don't actually remember what happened to like all of my Exalted stuff. I know they're in a folder somewhere. Wait, no, I know where they are.
All right, I'm bringing up the calendar on the stream. Okay, so it's the 9th of Ascending Fire, and someone's wedding is on the 14th of Resplendent Fire. So basically a month and a week.
He's got plenty of time. You can do some minor shit.
Well, okay, so I don't really want to play Rob's character.
No. That's the point. See, like where I was thinking, all right, is that we had that month or whatever, and then we had he had the wedding, and where I'm left now is just sort of at this, I don't know, like sort of at this marooned emotional state where it's like it's been like a week or so after the wedding, and then it's just like the complete separation. It's everyone from the original group is gone, and she's alone in the Imperial City, and she has this thing that she wants to do. It's the mercenary company, but she's still feeling sort of like the loss of what was essentially 2 to 3 months of her life.
Yeah, especially since the time that you spent in Page Up Stair was longer than you thought because of dark magic mumbo jumbo.
Yep.
So one thing that I was thinking, so Burning Wheel is all about conflict and like resolving conflict and
Right.
stuff like that. So one thing that I was thinking is because in order to succeed at Burning Wheel, you have to, it kind of necessitates that there are things that you're bad at, or there's things that you are trying to get better at, or things that you're trying to resolve.
I mean, it's basic writing rules. Your character has to suffer to get good.
Yeah, exactly. And this is why you can like take negative traits on purpose to like earn more Arthur
Right.
and stuff like that. But we'll get to that later.
I'm not gonna lie, that sounds like some of the stuff from Open Legend.
Yeah, it is a bit. Yeah, I mean, Burning Wheel came long before Open Legend, so like a lot of the sensibilities of Burning Wheel are like beginning to show up in a lot of newer games, like Open Legend and Dungeon World. Okay, so what I was thinking was maybe your mercenary company, since you've been gone so long, your mercenary company is actually kind of starting to fail a bit.
Oh shit.
And maybe your troops are beginning to feel disheartened. You had about 20 people last time you were there, but it's been about it's been like 2 or 3 weeks.
With no word of where it was.
With no word of where you've been. And maybe like a few people have started dropping out, and maybe
oh Christ.
Maybe the taxman's come knocking, and you can't afford. And shoot, what's his name? Your secretary like is struggling to pay the rent now, and stuff like that. So they
Same
need
with
you.
Tanya, I
They
just
need
wanted to
you,
know.
and you need them.
Right, right.
How does that sound?
Okay. I've come back into a place of conflict. I'm emotionally conflicted about the leaving of my comrades, but I am immediately thrust into trouble where I'm just like, shit, I gotta get my head in the game. I gotta focus.
Okay, so I think that could be a good starting point. So do you want to like skip a week, or like do you actually want to role play out the bit where like you go back home and find out that like everything's gone to shit?
I wouldn't say everything's gone to shit. Just a little shit.
Just a little shit.
Just a little shit. Oh crap. I don't want to role play. I want to fast forward a little bit because I don't think I can role play just yet what Denati would do in this time of conflict. Mostly because it's been a while.
That's fair. That's fair.
I gotta dip my toes in before I get my feet wet.
Yeah. Okay. So like a week or a month.
Let's do like a week.
Okay.
So still in the middle of some shit.
Okay. So with that in mind, let's go back to the character sheet.
Okay.
Actually, with that in mind, let's skip ahead a bit to resources. So if you scroll down to step 8, resource points, and I'll lead you through what I've already bought you. So there's throwing knives, and they only cost they costed 0 because they were a gift from someone, right?
Yes, they were. By the way, I breathe super fast. That strange wooden ring, I don't have it anymore.
You don't?
I don't. I gave it to Malachi because he asked for it.
Oh yeah, you did.
I didn't want to, but I was like, you're part of the family. I know this thing is full of strange magic, and I would love to be able to use it, but I can't use it, and you might be able to, and you're part of the family, so here you go.
Yeah, now I remember. Yeah, okay. So throwing knives were a gift from someone. Ordinarily, they'd cost 3.
But if you want to give me this strange wooden ring that's full of strange magic that I could possibly use in the future, that would be nice.
You had armor, but then you lost it.
It was worth it.
In fact, you've basically lost everything since coming back from, or you've lost a lot of your possessions, or at least some of the more valuable ones. So you currently don't have armor, but since we're skipping a week, you could buy some new armor. Basically, you've got 8 points left.
All right.
You've still got the riding mount. You've got clothes, traveling gear, shoes, personal effects. This is stuff like your polar compass, your kitsune mask, your silver ring that you nabbed from those ghost houses, the coin of ambrosia that you got from Denati, and your maiden's tea.
No, I wouldn't have the stuff from the ghost houses because all of that went into the lake.
All of it?
I dumped everything. I just took everything off and tried to grab the sword.
Right. Okay. So you're happy for me to just delete this?
Oh god, my polar compass. I spent so much money on that.
Bidding Wheel is a game of suffering.
Just let it go. Just let it go.
All right, it's gone.
Fuck me. I didn't think about that, but I mean, I guess that's what happens when you dive into an icy pond to grab a fucking god sword.
Okay.
It was still worth it.
All right.
It was still worth it.
So I'd say you still have clothes.
Yes, I would still have clothes. I'm not gonna go back to the Imperial City in the nude.
Oh, bear with me a sec. How do I mute?
I don't know. That's a lovely picture of Taylor Swift. Oh god.
Apologies for that. Okay, so I mean, actually, I don't know how to do this because you so these are technically things that you had and that you've lost. So I'd almost argue that these are actually resource points that you have already spent and then lost.
I mean, no, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
I don't mind that.
So I'll tell you what. I'll take away. I'll take away 5 resource points from your just from your character sheet. Okay, so that leaves you with 4. You've got a week and you've got 4 resource points left, and you can spend this on stuff.
All right.
Actually, let's finish up. So finery is actually, you could get rid of this as well if you want. Finery is like your fancy clothes, like the wisp woven cloak that you got, and like your court attire and stuff like that. I don't know if you took that. If you didn't take that with you to Page Upstairs, then you still have it.
It would depend, because I'm fairly sure I had the cloak with me when I went in there, so that one's probably gone too.
Okay, we can say the cloak is gone, but then your other attire is still back home.
Yeah, because I would probably have like I would leave some belongings behind in the room that we had in Page Upstairs before we get down there, because we weren't going to need it.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
It's just I would have all of these personal effects on me because they're mine and I like to keep them.
Yeah.
And
okay,
then
so the finery still costs 5 then, but you don't have the cloak anymore.
That's oh shit. Ricky's not gonna like that. I spent all this time and money to give you this beautiful cloak for helping me. Oh,
I left it at the bottom of a lake underground.
It's in the Shadowlands. I'm sorry. I tried to go back, but they wouldn't let me. I'm so sorry.
All right, so you have this is how like owning a mercenary company works in Burning Wheel. You have to have an affiliation with your mercenary group,
right?
Which costs 10. You have to have a relationship with the second in command, so that would be Nellens Tigus, your secretary.
Right.
And you have a reputation within the group itself as the leader of the group. So altogether, that costs you 21 resource points, like straight off the bat.
Yep. Sounds right.
Or it would be 22, but because Nellens Tigus is your like step uncle or whatever.
He's part of the family.
Yeah, so having a relationship be distant family reduces the resource point by 1. And then you've got the Reaver Diclave, which is free. Okay, so there's 4 points left, and we can spend those when we get there, but that's just sort of setting up where you are.
Okay.
Okay, so let's do the stats. So let's see. So you've got there's basically 6 stats. There's will, power, agility, perception, fort, and speed. These all do different things. If you watch the video, then you should be familiar roughly with what they do, right?
God.
I can go over the list again if you want.
Hour long.
Okay, I'll go over the list again. Don't worry. So elements of character stats. Will is the social stat. It represents the character's strength of mind, empathy, and social intelligence. It is the basis of a number of skills and attributes. Perception is awareness and mental acuity. It's rolled like very frequently in game. Players always have their characters searching for information or clues, and this is the stat tested in those situations.
Oh man, I can't wait to level up this stat a million times just by checking for traps.
Well, so here's the thing. You only get tests if it matters, if failure matters. So if you say, I check for traps and I know that there aren't traps, I just say you don't find any traps. You don't even roll. It's like if there's no consequence to failure, then there's There's no point in rolling
Okay.
because
Right.
you only you progress in this game by it's like Skyrim.
Right.
You level up abilities by doing them, and so to avoid what Luke calls test mongering, you basically say yes or roll is the rule.
Okay. I just want to point out that in Skyrim, if you're casting magic, it doesn't matter whether you hit anything. So long as you're casting, you get the
I'm
skill.
saying like the way that it works is that you roll against certain obstacles, and the
Yeah.
obstacle determines how difficult it was, and you need a
Right.
certain amount of difficult or routine tests to level up.
Yeah. I saw the chart.
Yeah. Okay, agility represents hand-eye coordination of the character. It's tested when a character must keep hold of something, snatch something, or toss an object, and it's
Just like dexterity and agility.
Yeah, and it's the basis for basically all martial skills.
Right.
So your sword skill, your throwing skill, they're all rooted in agility.
Okay.
Speed is kind of quirky, and it represents how fast the character moves and how well coordinated they are. It's rolled
Right.
quite frequently in game, from fleeing from your enemies to ducking a blow, and it's the base for dancing, stealthy, and climbing type skills.
Oh, shit. All right.
Now, speed, there's another stat called stride, which is different. Stride is like it's almost like your average movement speed, and it's a static value.
Right.
But we'll get to that later. There's power, which is represents your physical strength. It's rolled when you try and push something over or grapple with someone, and it's the basis for applying damage in melee attacks. So agility is for hitting, power is for damage. And fort is your character's physical metal, how tough and durable they are. It's rarely rolled in-game, but it's a crucial part of your health and your health bar.
Okay.
Your health is derived from will and fort, and it's used to recover from injury and resist the effect of pain and fatigue. Disease as well. Reflexes is calculated from perception, agility, and speed. It's used to determine how often a character acts during a fight. Reflexes isn't tested like other abilities. I think it has unique testing conditions. Steel is a kind of complex attribute that combines elements from different stats and the character's background to determine how steady the character's nerves are. Basically, I'll ask you a bunch of questions shortly about your steel, and they will determine what your steel value is. It's stuff like,
oh my God, it's like a
it's stuff like yeah, no, there's a lot of questions to ask in this. Then there's emotional attributes. So for the Exalted, your emotional attribute is essence and limit. I haven't decided what to do with limit yet, so we'll just ignore that. The main one is essence, and this is what you'll be using to perform stunts and develop charms.
Okay.
And then there's the mortal wound as well, but that's a different thing. Okay. So I remember from your old character sheet that this is your own words. Nellens Denati is woefully uneducated in social and economic situations. So
okay, maybe I exaggerated
so my advice would be don't take the will too high, because will is the social stat, and you want to be bad at something.
Right.
And so let's do.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I wouldn't put it in a will anyway, because Nellens Denati is basically all power and agility and perception, and that's it.
Cool. Yeah. Well, so is that somewhere that where you want to see the game going? Do you want Denati to like start learning how to do like court etiquette and start learning how to actually interact with other exalts on like a socio-political level? Or
that'd be like throwing a rabid bull in a china shop. That'd be horrible.
Well, but
that's why she had Tygus with her.
Yeah, but that can generate a lot of interesting gameplay in and of itself. So we could go down that path, or we could go for a more like adventurous romp.
I'd like her eventually, as she grows, to become more educated. Sort of like with age comes wisdom and all that. But I'm not sure if she's ready quite yet to be thrust immediately into a court setting where she has to figure out which fork is for the salad and which fork is like for the bread and meat.
All right. Well, we can maybe work that into one of your beliefs.
Right.
But
I believe she's
that'll be right.
stupid.
Okay, so let's divide up your mental pool first. So your mental pool is 8, and do you see on the character burner to the right? So there's will and perception, and you basically just divide them up. 1 point for 1 point, however you want. So go ahead and do that.
I mean, how bad do I want my will to be? So here's the question:
so,
is there a max?
Actually, I will say so. An exponent of 4. Exponent is the word that we use for the level, basically.
Right.
An exponent of 4 is the human average. There's a little quote on this actually. Exponents. Trained to be human. When designing the scale of the system, I set the average level of competency at exponent 4. At exponent 4s would be common human stats. To have all 4s is to be very much human. Not to say that human characters can't go beyond or below exponent 4, but 4 represents their average, and hence our benchmark, the middle of the road for the system. Why human? Because it is the one common ground that we all have. We all understand to one degree or another what it is to be human, and we all intuit on that level. Not many of us intuitively understand what it is to be an orc or an elf or a spider, or in our case, an exalt. Knowing where we live on the scale, we can guess at what it might be like to be better or worse than our common condition.
All right. Okay, so I put a 3 in will and a 5 in perception. Wait.
Cool. You've got 2 more points.
How does? What?
So the mental pool is above, right?
Yeah, but the mental pool was 8.
Yeah, so you put 2 points in will and 3 points.
1 already counted as a point. Okay.
It starts at 1. They start at 1.
All right. Well, fuck it. I'm gonna have her keep her will at 3. Let's put these into perception.
Okay. Cool. Okay, so now the physical pool. This is the same idea, but there's now 4 things to divide up amongst.
Okay.
And your pool is bigger, though.
Question.
Yep.
How does Ox Body Technique factor into this?
Okay, so Ox Body Technique will basically just raise your... the health system is kind of similar to Exalted, but with a little more complexity in terms of how you heal and stuff.
Right.
And how wounds affect your dice pools. But basically, it's a very similar system. It's like lots of boxes that you check. The way that I'm writing Ox Body Technique, each time you take the charm, it just bumps up everything by 1 on your health pool.
Okay. Second. Thanks to me being an Air Exalt in the original game, I was super speedy.
Yeah.
What does that do for speed here?
Okay, so nothing explicit for a speed stat. If you go to the bio and info, I've set up your air aspect powers.
Okay.
So this is, you can never be injured from falling or jumping so long as you're conscious. Standing from prone during fight only takes 1 action instead of 2. This is like you quickly jump up, and you may perform an obstacle 3, which means you need to get 3 successes, essence stunt to jump up to 3 meters. you're no longer super speedy, but all Exalted have their stride increased by 1.
Okay. Oh man, I'm gonna miss that speed. Goodbye, speed.
I would say it's still worth for you to get some speed, because speed is used for dodging and fleeing and climbing and stealth, and I know those are things that you're into.
I love stealth and climbing. Mostly stealth. Okay.
Um,
Oh geez, I'm gonna have to crack open another notebook for this. Okay, let's see. This will be my Exalted notebook. I can't wait to fill this up. Okay.
Sup, Rob?
Paris, what are you doing here? You should be getting ready for your session. I'm planning to torture your players some more. Crap.
So what are you doing? Sorry.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
I'm doing math.
Oh, okay. For what?
For my stats? Trying to figure out what I want and where I should put it and how much each thing should get.
Right. You can play around with it, so it does all the math for you. So if you go if you watch the character sheet for a sec, if I change this fort to 2 and then back to 1, it will update everything for you.
I'm not gonna lie, I only see the physical pool update.
Oh, did you not? Hang on. Does that? Do you see the 2 for fort?
Yes.
And then back to 1.
Yeah.
So the physical pool is updating, and so it's tracking everything.
No, I know that. It's just like I'm planning out what I want.
Right. Okay. I'm just saying you can play with it in the character sheet, and it won't mess anything up.
I am a physical person, though.
Okay.
I'm old school. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out, because there's a couple of stats that okay. So I got 2 stats that I can have higher than the other 2 by 2 points, but I'm trying to figure out which stats I want by what you told me what each attribute does.
Yeah. Well, talk me through it. Like, how do you think? How do you think Denati, like, based on how you played her over the last few years and how it's all been doing, like?
Well, there's 2 things that I know about Denati, and 2 things that have remained constant. Is that Denati can take a punch, and she can give a punch.
Yes. Okay.
So she's very physically powerful, and if I remember correctly, she was almost on par with Iroh. Until Iroh.
At times, yeah. Until Iroh went like full beast mode.
Yeah, then that was a little bit different. But until Iroh came into the world, into the party, Denati was the most physically powerful of them.
Yeah, that's
then
true.
I believe that she and Iroh had the most fortitude, like the most.
You both had the biggest health pools, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'd say that's fair.
That's pretty much what I wanted to keep. I wanted to keep her still being very physically strong and very hardy, very hard to wear down. And she's not bad at agility, and she was okay at like stealth stuff, but she mostly had charms to help her with stealth rather than just like straight up trying to roll something.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking possibly about having maybe bumping speed down to 3 and agility up to 5, because I think agility is, you said agility is for attack, right?
Agility is for hitting, power is for damage.
Right.
Agility
And
is also like general hand-eye coordination.
right.
So it'd be good for like throwing as well.
Which is good because she throws knives.
Yeah. But 4 is a good agility to have. Like, well, it's human average, so.
How dare she be human average? Terrible. I think. Okay, run me through what speed does again.
Sure. Give me a sec. Speed is represents how fast the character moves and how coordinated he is overall. It's rolled very frequently in game, from fleeing your enemies to ducking a blow. It is also the basis for dancing, stealthy, and climbing skills.
All right, I think this is where I'm going to keep it at. So 2 6s and 2 4s.
Cool.
Oh, I see that Ferris is talking about Stasis Cage Omen and his associates once more. I'm sorry, Stasis Cage Omen. This isn't about you anymore. This is about me. You missed that part, but we bumped up to like I think the week or 2 weeks after your wedding. So
No, it's not after the wedding.
What? Is it not? I thought it was.
Well, we can do that if you want, but then it'll be like a month and a week. Remember, I said that. So, let's look at the calendar again. So, someone's wedding is on the 14th of Resplendent Fire. It's
right.
Or when we ended last season, it was the 9th of Ascending Fire.
Right.
Ascending comes before Resplendent, and so it's basically a month and 6 days until someone's wedding.
No, a week after the wedding, which I understand is a month and whatever. Because in that way, see, like where we left off, and we had the whole scene with the sunset and whatever, and it was very like brofist time.
Yeah.
Then we had that time, like say 2 or 3 weeks, and then just like basically go and do adventure shit, and then he has to settle down and plan his wedding and whatever, and then afterwards she's left kind of like alone and wondering what now.
Okay. So you want to skip ahead to the 21st of Resplendent Fire. All right. So maybe that's someone's wedding was in Eagle's Launch, like on the other side of the Blessed Isle. So maybe actually a bit longer than a week, and that's been like your travel time back to the Imperial City, and then it's been like in that time that you've been gone, and then we can start the session when you get back.
All right.
So I'll work out what the date would be exactly, but then I think that gives us a good starting point for the first session.
All right.
Cool. All right, so skills.
I love having skills.
All right, so you have 19 general skill points. And of those, So we'll get to the general skill points in a sec. Let's first spend the skill points that you have from life paths, which is there's 24 of them, but because you are forced to open four skills from the life paths, you have 20 points remaining. So let's just go through them one by one. So
all right, I'm not going to lie, I have no clue where you're getting all of these totals.
it's in the life paths, like the right at the bottom of the life paths table says totals.
Oh, right. I'm sorry. When you said skills, I scrolled down to all the way to skills.
Yeah, and then for skills, it says like 39 remaining.
Mm-hmm.
So 19 of those 39 are your general points. So that leaves you with 20 to spend on your life path skills.
Okay.
Okay, so let's see. So trouble-wise, has to be opened. This is from being village-born.
Right.
So the wises are kind of a neat idea. Basically, they work in two ways. Number one, you can roll them just on their own, or you test them just on their own, and it lets you inject lore into the setting. So you can be like this is the idea that I had back in that one shot, but given mechanics.
Right.
So you roll trouble wise, and that would let you say something like, actually, let's see if there's an entry on trouble wise in the skill list, because it might give examples. Give me a sec. Wisers. Wise, where are you?
I can't believe that.
Okay, it's not in the list. So it's a more general wise. So trouble wise, I guess, would be like knowing local troublemakers, or what else could it be? Knowing like how to weasel your way in and out of blame and stuff like that. I can't think of an example for adding to the lore for trouble-wise specifically, but so a better example might be like soldier-wise. You can be like, maybe you're in a new town and you say, I have soldier-wise. Actually, that's probably a bad example as well.
Dang it, we'll get your examples ready before we start.
All right, let's look at an example in the actual book itself.
How much do I gotta pay to also have this goddamn book?
Pardon?
How much do I gotta pay to also have this fucking book?
So you're in luck. It just came back into print. And you're in the US, so I think it's like $25. I had to pay £50 to get one shipped to me.
Wow.
Yeah. Just go to like www.burningwheel.com, I think.
I'm already there.
Cool.
You're too late.
You want to get Burning Wheel Gold Edition. It's a beautiful book.
Does it come with actual gold?
It's gold inlaid on the cover. Or
Oh,
not
shit.
real gold, but it looks gold.
I mean, that's good enough for me. I'm cheap. That's fine.
It's beautiful paper, beautiful, just everything. Amazing book craftsmanship on Burning Wheel. What am I looking for? Wisers, where are you? Stats. Index of headings. Wisers. Wisers 253. Damn it, that's not the entry that I want.
Holy shit! They have a game made from Mouse Guard.
382. Yeah.
Whoa! I love Mouse Guard.
Yeah. So it's Mouse Guard. The RPG is like it's a simplified version of Burning Wheel, made specifically to run in the Mouse Guard setting.
Nice. I can't wait to import Denati into Mouse Guard.
Okay, this isn't giving examples of wisers.
Basically, it lets me do things. Okay, next go.
Yeah. It lets you insert lore into the world. The other thing that it can do is it can be linked, or not linked. There's a mechanic called fields of related knowledge, or forks. And if you've got an appropriate wise, then you can always fork that in. So a good one is soldier wise, because anytime you're fighting a soldier or doing anything with involving soldiers, you'll always be able to fork soldier wise. Or what's another one? Yeah, like it's sort of like favored terrains for ranges, almost.
Okay.
Like streetwise, if you're on a street and what you're doing relates to streets in some way, then you'll be able to fork streetwise, and it'll basically give you +1 to another dice to the thing that you're forking it into.
Okay.
And if the wise is like exponent, I think it's 5 or 7 or higher or something like that, then it will be +2 instead of just +1.
Oh shit.
So, okay, so trouble-wise throwing, I would. Oh, actually, okay. So there's the box says required and open, and then advanced and final. Do you see that?
Right. Yep.
So the ones that are required, you have to open, and then the ones that you want to open, you just click the box to open it, and it will work out what the exponent will be for you. So the way that it usually works is it takes half of the root and rounds down. So in your case, as long as you open it, you will have that skill. And opening it costs 1 point, and then you can advance it separately with more points. So if you open the throwing skill, then it'll cost 1 point, and then you can advance it by like 2 points, say, and then you'll have a B4 throwing skill.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
All right, so I can open all this shit. Where does it give me the option to advance stuff?
So the 0 in the advanced column, you can change that.
Ah, right. Okay. All right, so let's open some shit first.
Yeah, I would advise that you open stuff before advancing. So just and make sure you don't go over the 19 points just yet.
Right.
So you can open any of the skills in this list before the bit where I wrote suggestions. Basically, these are all of the skills from your various life paths. So like rule of law, history, symbology, anatomy, stuff like that you picked up while you're a student. City-wise, street-wise, stealthy, inconspicuous, soldiering. This was stuff that you learned at House of Bells. The appropriate weapons skill, we'll change this to we'll change this one to sword. Obviously, Denati will want a sword skill. If there's any other melee weapons that you want to be trained in, then we can add another one. So like lance or mace or stuff like that. Is there any other melee weapons that you think you're interested in, or just sword?
I think probably just sword for now.
Mm-hmm.
She's been trained in a lot of stuff, but like what she's really good at, what she's definitely practiced the most in, is swords.
Yeah. Cool.
Okay. So
shield training lets you use your shield in a special way during the fight rules. And I know that you used to use a buckler, so it's probably worth opening that, even if you don't advance it, just to make sense for your character.
So I technically don't have a shield anymore.
Yeah. There's also armor training, which is in the suggestions. We'll get to that shortly, but I would recommend that you get that, even though you don't have any armor anymore.
Yeah, there we go. Open that. All right. So if I don't open read, then I won't be able to read?
Pretty much.
Oh, shit. Okay.
You need to be able to read and write are separate skills in this game.
Anatomy, because I used to have a fairly good medicine skill.
So anatomy, I don't, for healing, like for making healing and medicine tests, anatomy, I think you can fork into, but it isn't itself a medical skill. There's separate skills for medicine, like field dressing and herbalism. But
Okay,
it's still worth opening, probably. I'll tell you about astrology. So astrology is a really interesting and unique skill. Basically, in Burning Wheel, there's a mechanic called open-ended dice, and it's basically exploding dice. If you get a 6, then on an open-ended dice, then you can re-roll, and if you get another 6, you can re-roll, and so on and so forth. Right. The astrology skill can be forked into any roll. So anything that you ever do, you can, if you so choose, fork in astrology, but it explodes both ways. So you roll a separate astrology dice for the fork, and if you get a 6, then it will give you a bonus success. But if you get a 1, it'll take away a success, and and you can get like successive 1s. And so it basically means that you know, it can be like, oh, the stars are with you on this day, or
the stars are not in position for this.
Or the stars are definitely not in. Yeah, so you can fork it and be like, oh, it's basically a huge gamble, but it can be really funny.
So this is like a luck stat. This is like your luck.
Yeah, it's basically the luck stat. It's like, okay, I'm feeling lucky, let's fork astrology, and then like you see that you got like 3 successes, and that's what you needed on the normal roll, but then the astrology dice like exploded down 3 times, and so you're like,
okay, all right, I opened it, I put one in there.
You don't need to. So for forking, unless you want to like actually do astrology and like read the stars and stuff like that, I'd say it's worth opening just for the forking. But unless you want to get into astrology as its own thing, which requires tools, then I mean, we can talk about that if you want. I can read you the entry for astrology if you want.
All right, read me the entry for astrology.
Astrology. The study of the stars, the planets, the zodiacs. Astrology is a deep and ancient science that describes the relations of the celestial spheres to the terrestrial. Astrology may be forked with any skill except those of martial or physical type. Okay, so you can't use your your zodiac chart to get a good hit. However, the astrology fork die is different from other forks. The die is open-ended, but unlike standard open-ended dice, it is open-ended both ways. Sixes are re-rolled as per the normal open-end rules, but ones are open-ended as well. If a one is rolled, the re-roll the die. If the second roll is a failure, then a success is subtracted from the result. For a less risky roll, use this skill as a linked test towards any endeavor or gambit. In this case, do not use the open-ended die. And it can be forked with doctrine or symbology if you're rolling it on its own. And so if you're using it on its own, some generic obstacles would be naming the stars and constellations would be obstacle 1, constructing a person's horoscope, obstacle 2, determining the auspices of beginning an enterprise, obstacle 3, calling upon the stars to answer a question, obstacle 4, interpreting celestial phenomena or omens, obstacle 5. And it requires tools.
So I could get seriously in this and just like ask the gods. Where before I could not ask the gods, this time I can ask the gods.
So it's up to you.
I can't wait to finally get around that goddamn rule where I couldn't pray to the gods.
Well, it's different. So astrology is looking at the stars, looking at the constellations and like reading patterns and stuff. This is different from like summoning a spirit or like performing a ritual or a prayer. That's its own separate thing. Really, you're just interpreting and like hoping for good luck. Literally like daily horoscope stuff.
Okay. All right. So they're opened. Open throwing. I open reading because I want to be able to fucking read. What does rule of law mean? Is this how well you know the law?
Yeah, rule of law is knowing the rules and the laws of your local area.
Good, I'll take that.
So like, you know, this actually that's illegal or whatever.
That is illegal. I need to know the law so I can work within the law.
Exactly.
Or bend the law slightly to suit my own tastes.
So history would be like knowing the. Oh, go ahead.
No, history would be what?
I was just gonna give a generic entry for history. So like knowing the lay of the land of the Blessed Isle and like the reign of the Scarlet Empress and like stuff that you would have been taught or possibly been taught whilst in private education by Nellams.
Right. Okay. What is the difference between, say, streetwise and citywise?
A lot of the wises kind of overlap. I'd say there's not a huge amount of difference. Let me see if they have separate entries.
Right, and you said not to go past suggestions, right?
Not just yet. 3.
Okay. Did I take away the one in armor training?
No. We'll get to armor training. We'll just stick to spending 20 points for now.
Okay. 20 points. Okay.
So yeah. So basically, for these like skills remaining, spend until it says you have 19 remaining.
Okay.
Streetwise is the etiquette of the city streets. This skill helps characters navigate urban centers safely, allowing them to find places only a native would. Okay, so streetwise actually isn't a wise, it's a it's just awkwardly named. So city-wise is a wiser's skill for cities. Streetwise is finding your way around cities, finding an establishment in a city you've never been to, finding an out-of-way place in a familiar city, staying out of neighborhoods where you don't belong, acting like you do belong there, and so on and so forth. And it can be forked with inconspicuous and orienteering.
Right. Okay. I like how I put none in sing, which fits along with the thing that Denati literally cannot sing. She's tongue deaf. Don't ask her to sing.
So you got 1 point left. I would recommend you put it in brawling.
I've opened brawling.
Because brawling can be forked into a lot of combat skills.
All right.
Okay, so you got 19 left. So
I just want you to know that one of those I did put one of those from the 20 that I spent into armor training.
Oh, you did do that. Wait, how did you do that?
Because you said you recommended it.
I see. Yeah. Okay, so let's move that up. Armor. And what's its root? Excuse me. What's its root?
Speed, probably. I don't know.
Probably fort, but let's just double check. Armor training. Oh, power/speed.
Ooh.
Power and
I'm good at power.
Speed. So when there's a dual root, it takes the average of the two roots.
I just want to know you put that in shield training, not armor training.
Oh, shoot. What was shield training?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'll double check.
What have you done? You've ruined everything.
Shield training. Agility. Okay, so yeah, there's hundreds of skills to pick from, right? And we're now in general skill territory. But I had a look through your old character sheet and had a look through what is available from the hundreds of skills, and these were the ones that I picked out. So observation, command, climbing, swimming, acrobatics, skirmish tactics, tracking, conspicuous, which is literally the opposite of inconspicuous.
Oh, shit.
Being seen when you want to be seen instead of not being seen when you don't want to be seen. Mending is repairing your equipment. Calligraphy, which I know Denati was kind of into.
Yep.
Riding, you'll kind of need that if you ever want to actually do anything with your horse that isn't just like very basic walking around.
Now that I don't have someone to call upon a tornado at will.
Yes. Various wisers. This is the other thing. You can just make up wisers. So you could make like Nellon's wise or mercenary wise or what would be something else that actually an appropriate one at this point, given how much dealing you've had with them. Spirits wise might be quite appropriate for Denati at this point. Field dressing and herbalism are the two medicine-y skills that I think Denati would probably most likely have. So if you're going to take one, basically put it in as its own entry, and ask me what the route is, and I'll tell you.
Okay.
And if none of those jump out to you, then I can give you a more thorough list of
Okay,
various
so
skills.
from what I'm getting from Wises, it just basically allows you to know things.
Yeah, it's general knowledge. It's have you played D&D? You have, right? It's
I've
like the various
yeah.
knowledges from D&D.
So it's like making a check. So it's like, okay, I roll it at this particular obstacle level, and if I get it, then I learn these facts.
Yeah, or you remember these things. It's like, oh,
I read about this once in a book.
yeah, if you have like Imperial City Wise, then you can be like, you can either roll Wises when someone says, oh, this is located on such and such a street, and you can remember and know exactly where that street is. But it also lets you make up stuff about the Imperial City, and you can be like, hey, Will, can there be a big factory where or warehouse or something where they store
Human flesh.
uh, yeah, so I can veto stuff that you suggest on the Wises.
They might store human flesh.
I was gonna say fire powder,
Right.
or something
Well,
like that,
I mean,
and I would be like, yeah, that seems appropriate. Roll me a Wises, and we'll see if Denati knows that or not.
all right.
Um,
Okay.
or if you have Nellen's Wise, then you can be like, my house is known for such and such, and you can just make stuff up about your house and like add to the collective lore of our world.
Right. Okay. So it's like when you asked us about what our mission was in the one shot, and we just made up shit.
Yeah, literally, it's that given proper mechanics, and you can level it up and like get really good at making up lore about various locations or objects or whatever. Um, and once it's true, so there's a thing called the let it ride rule, and once it's true forever, basically, unless something changes it in some way.
I could make that factory where they store human flesh.
So like the example that Luke Crane gives came from like one of his old games where he had his players like attacking this castle or something, and one of them rolled Wises to get a secret entrance to the castle, which they used, and or actually I can't remember if they used it or not, but there was this secret entrance that they knew about, and then like I think he said something like 2 or 3 years later in the same campaign with a different set of characters, they came back to this castle, and because of that Wises roll so long ago, they said, "Hey, there's a secret entrance to this castle," which and it's there because the Wises because of the let it ride rule where once it's true forever. So that secret entrance was still there.
Holy shit. That's pretty rad.
Yeah.
All right. Interesting stuff to bring up here. When is like breaks happening? Because I realized I should have put my laundry in like 2 hours ago.
Sure. Yeah, we can take a break right now if you want.
All right. I'll be super speedy. Oh my god, all that laundry is just there, just sitting. God damn it. I fucked up. I fucked up, guys. I hacked up real bad. I'll be right back.
All right. I'm going to go make a quick meal. So.
Okay. I'm alive. Ross and Rachel on a break. Fucking hilarious. Oy. Hello? Dang it, he's dead. I just want it to be known live and on camera that I love my cat, and my cat's basically the best. Whoever you are, if you have a cat, not better than my cat. My cat could beat your cat in a fight. My cat's also more pretty and basically the best.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
So, have you had a chance to think about what skills you want to take?
Not really.
Okay, well, do the ones in my suggestions jump out, or do you want to hear some other skills?
I mean, for one, I don't even know how many skills there are.
There's a lot of skills.
There's like a billion from what
you have 19 more points to spend, and you can spend them on skills that you've already taken. You can use those 19 points to advance stuff that you've already opened to get it even higher, or you can open new skills.
Well, I would like to take tracking, calligraphy, writing, herbalism, field dressing, and then the observation and command.
Okay, so
maybe informatics.
Tracking is rooted in perception. Observation is also rooted in perception, I'm pretty sure. I would be surprised if it's not.
It would make a lot of sense.
So yeah, observation is used for like spotting people who are hiding or like spotting traps and stuff like that. Whereas perception just on its own is meant more for like finding weak points in armor and stuff.
Right.
The general idea behind the stats and the skills is the skills make your combat more refined, but anyone, with the base 6 stats, anyone can technically do combat. Yeah, observation is perception. Cool. Herbalism.
Yes, please.
I think that's also perception.
Really?
A lot of things are rooted in perception. It might be perception and agility or something. Because herbalism is finding herbs as well as using them.
Right. Good point.
H. Herbalism. Yep, perception. Calligraphy, you said?
Mm-hmm.
That's perception and agility. Makes sense. All right, anything else?
I think I also wanted field dressing.
We're going to run out of space in a sec. Yeah, so field dressing is like medical or combat surgery, basically. I think it's one of
Right.
the stronger healing skills, actually. Field dressing is just perception. Huh.
Me. I'm speaking with my cat.
Okay, so anything else? Skirmish attack day. Oh, you said tracking, right?
Yes, you already have tracking up there.
Oh yeah. Okay. Tracking. Conspicuous.
I think I mean, can we add more spaces?
So we can, because there's stuff that you haven't opened from your life paths list.
Oh, okay. Can we only have so many skills?
There isn't technically a limit to the amount of skills you can have, but in the character burner worksheet here, there's only so many. Once we move over to the proper character sheet, that you can add an infinite amount of skills.
Okay. Let's see. I think I also wanted acrobatics. And command.
Let's get rid of fire building.
Why didn't you just get rid of the skirmish tactics one?
Well, because that's where I'm keeping all of the suggestions. There, if you like highlight that and move across to the right, then you'll see all the others.
Ah.
Pretty sure acrobatics is speed, but let's just check. Wait, acrobatics isn't a skill.
No.
Okay. Do you want swimming or climbing? I guess it's just a speed test. Like anything like that would just be test speed instead. All right, climbing or swimming?
Swimming, probably. Because I grew up near the water. And I'm basically on an island. So, much like the native Floridians here, everyone swims. You can't grow up in Florida and not. That's just not how it works.
Wait, swimming isn't a skill either. Wait, what?
Excuse me.
But climbing is a skill.
Okay, well, that's some bullshit. What, so I'm just not going to be allowed to swim?
It's very strange. Well, it would definitely be rooted in speed.
Right.
I think it makes sense to make swimming its own skill, because there are people in landlocked nations that will just never learn to swim, and swimming is a skill, so. Okay, what else did you want? Mending?
Mending would probably be a good one. I'm going to open command and all of these nice ones that I've just taken. I mean, should I do anything with the wisest?
I would take 1 or 2 wises if I were you. Something that seems appropriate. Like the 2 that I would think of that would be most appropriate for Denati at this point would be spirits wise and or Nellens wise.
And spirits wise, I just know about ghosts.
Yeah, because I mean, almost all of our adventures so far have in some way involved spirits. Like you've actually dealt with spirits, probably like firsthand, more than most people have at this point.
That's a good point. We've dealt with gods, we've dealt with god-blooded, we've dealt with ascension rituals and the undead and Shadowlands and fucking corrupted ghosts of the afterlife.
And even a demon.
Did we?
Yeah, the blood ape, remember?
Oh, right. Oh shit, I guess that counts as a spirit.
Yeah,
right, you're
demons
right.
are spirits.
Okay. Holy shit. Alright, I'll take both of those.
Alright. And then I would recommend that you use the remaining points to
Augment what I got.
yeah. Let me just find. So, Nellens, wise, and spirits, wise. To differentiate the wises from streetwise, I'll make the W a
Street
capital
smart?
letter and no, I'll make the
You just
W
call
a
it-
capital letter.
Okay. You just call it street smarts. I don't see why they didn't do that.
Yeah. Okay. And I think all wises are rooted in perception. Okay, so that leaves you with 5 points to distribute for advancement.
Right, okay. I'm gonna put one in spirits wise just because. Oh man. So I've got 8 points. Okay. Alright. Okay. Let's put
Actually, now that I'm looking at it, you've got a lot of points.
don't take away my points. I need them.
I'm going to take away 4.
No! Why? Why take away my points?
Just so I gave a general amount of points, or I gave some general points out for being exalted, but it seems a bit too high.
How dare you? I had those points, damn it. Alright, okay. Okay. Tracking. Observation, definitely. And spirits. Probably put one in field dressing because I know stuff.
Alright, I'll make it 14.
Alright. 3 more points. Nope.
I guess we are also trying to represent the last 2 years of gameplay as well, so.
Yeah, 2 more. What the fuck? One more.
Sword or throwing?
I've already put 2 in sword and 1 in throwing.
Remember, 4 is average. So the final column is your total.
Right. I got a 4 in sword. That's probably fine. If I get final, put 3. Nope, not 23. That's a bad shit. Believe it. All right. Okay. I think I'm good.
Cool. All right, so that's your stats and skills done. On to traits. So the traits work a little bit differently. So like skills, there's ones that you have to take just from certain life paths. So bad egg is one of them.
Rude.
Found egg is a custom one that I've given you for being a found egg.
Right.
And this will mean like, so this is just a character trait. It doesn't have any mechanics associated to it. But what it means is that you will always have this stigma of being not quite a dynast, right? You'll always be slightly outcast because you're a found egg.
Right.
This is stuff that we already had in the game, but it's like giving it some credence now, because you earn Arta by using your traits to get you into trouble, and so or to get you out of trouble. So being a found egg may at some point play into the game in some interesting way that gets you in or out of trouble, and then you'll earn Arthur for that.
Right.
So all of the other the good for nothing, fleet of foot, frustrated, geometric, and sprinter, all of these traits are ones that you can take for, that you can take for one trait point each. And then I have some suggestions, but when you're spending points on traits that aren't from your life paths, they will tend to cost more. Especially if they have like mechanics tied to them and they're not just character traits, which are more for description and character building.
Right.
So like cosmetic character traits, like one of the suggestions that I put there was short.
Right.
Because you've described Denati as being about 5 foot tall in the past.
Yep.
Which is typically quite short. But
Very.
You know, that's just your height. But if you take the trait short, then people will notice. It will come into the game and may earn you Arthur at some point, where like people notice that you're short. You're like, you know, the example that Adam Cobell used was if you have the big nose trait, you don't just have a big nose. You've got like a big nose. Like everyone notices how big your nose is. So like traits or character traits or cosmetic traits are there to like really exemplify your descriptive features. If you want them to play into the game in some way, then you take them. Whereas die traits or call-on traits work a bit differently. They can give you bonus dice for certain things, or the call-on traits are like tiebreakers. So I can read you what the ones that you can take for 1 point to you if you want.
Okay. Learn me a thing.
Learn you a thing. Okay, so let's see. So frustrated. Okay, so frustrated is just a character trait. It doesn't do anything special.
Right.
And you got that from being a student. Similarly, you got geometric from being a student. And geometric is the let's see. Geometry is the mother of invention. Forget what that other guy says. This trait gives +1 die to any skill that utilizes mathematics or measurements. Skinny is just a character trait. So that means, and that comes from being a runner whilst you were in House of Bells. So you are noticeably skinny. And you can lose these traits, right? So after sort of 6 to 10 sessions, we will re-examine your traits and talk about them and see if they've come up in play or not. And if they don't come up in play that frequently or at all, then you can lose them and trade them for new things.
Okay.
So if there's stuff like bad egg, right? If you don't like having the bad egg trait, if you just never play into that, then you'll lose it eventually. Bad egg is just a character trait. It's just sort of there for yeah, it's like how you play the game, I guess.
Okay.
Let's see, what else have we got? Fleet of Foot. I think this is a call on. Fleet of Foot is a call on for speed when racing or vying for position. So this is a trait that you might want to get to exemplify your speediness that you've shown in the past.
I will take that.
So that costs 1. What else is on here? Good for nothing is just a character trait. I think that came from being a kid.
Thanks.
But you don't have to take it. Sprinter.
I think I've made something of myself since I was a child. Although I kind of like having the bad egg.
Let's see. Sprinter is similar, but slightly different from Fleet of Foot. Shoot, where's it gone?
I definitely want to take Paranoid and Short.
Sprinter. This trait increases the stride of the character by 1. So this is the one that would really buff your speed.
Okay, so should I take
because all exalts get +1 stride anyway, and so this trait would buff that by 1 further.
Okay, so should I take that instead of Fleet of Foot or both?
You can take them both. The Fleet of Foot is a call on for when you're racing someone, and it will be a tiebreaker.
Oh, okay, I'll take that.
But being exalted and having the sprinter trait will mean that you get your stride will be 9, I think, which is like super speedy. So I mean, actually, with that in, oh no, wait, sorry, yeah. So the Fleet of Foot is a call on for speed tests, and speed is slightly different from stride. So it is worth having both if you want to be super speedy. All right. So what does that leave?
I definitely want the Paranoid and the Short one.
Okay.
And I don't know what Aura of Determination is, but it sounds like I want it.
So Paranoid and Short are both character traits. So they both cost 1. Aura of determination. So there's a couple different things that kind of sound similar, right? So there's confident and obsessed, and I think there's another one that's just called determined, and they're all just character traits. But aura of determination has its own rules. It's like, I think it costs 4 points.
What the fuck? What's it do?
Let me check. So just to give an example, the sprinter one costs 4 points normally as well, but because it was from your life path, it only costs 1.
Okay.
Aura of determination. Oh, 5 points. It's a colon.
Jesus.
Oh, you can't even afford it. It's a
No,
colon.
absolutely cannot.
Well, unless you want to get rid of short and paranoid. It's a colon that allows the character and anyone within their presence to re-roll 1 test in a great effort.
Oh,
test.
fuck. That would be amazing.
To re-roll. Oh, to re-roll a whole test in a great effort. Okay, so I think a great effort is when you're like, it's like for linked tests in the like final moments of a scene or something, like the big push right at the end. I think that's what that is.
Ah, shit. But I can get more trait points, right?
So you can, basically the way it works is after sort of 6 or 7 sessions or more, we have an honest conversation about the way that you've played, and whether you've played into traits or whether you've like worked towards trying to get other traits. And then we have a trait vote, and sort of we as democratically as we can, with only 2 people, decide whether it's reasonable for you to get some new traits or to lose other ones.
Right.
So you can work towards getting Aura of Determination in game, but you have to play that way. Like, you have to play that way without the trait. So you don't get the. It's like you don't get the trait, or you can't earn Arthur from it, even though you're playing as though you had it.
Right.
Until the trait vote comes, and then you finally get it. Or with some of them. And I'd almost argue that Aura of Determination might be one of these, because it's like an expensive one. Like Gifted is the trait that gives you access to sorcery and stuff. Like, you can go on a quest to get a trait. And so since Aura of Determination has its own rules, like that might be something, like maybe you get an Aura of Determination from a dealing with a god or something.
Right.
In the meantime, you could just take the character trait Determined or something similar, and you would be excuse me, you would be you could still play into the Determined play style and get Arthur for that, whilst you're working towards Aura of Determination on top of that. So there's kind of there's sort of workarounds.
So you can get traits in-game by following a particular playing style, but the points that you get in the beginning of character creation are the same.
Yes.
Okay.
You have 3 trait points remaining. I think Iron Will might be similar, but maybe less expensive. Let's check. Iron Will is 3 points. It's a die trait. Characters with Iron Will are resistant to interrogation and seduction. Any attempts at bending them are made at double the obstacle. In Duel of Wits, in which the opposing skill is interrogation or seduction, the player may double his body of argument. Okay, so in Duel of Wits, your body of argument is like your social health pool. And so Iron Will would make you really hard to take on in a Duel of Wits.
Just only by being fucking determined to shit. I love it. I'll take that one.
Okay.
I'm still working toward getting to be more charismatic instead of just blunt and such.
Yeah, and so you'll notice that I've given you for free the air aspect character trait and the Nellens character trait as well. And so this means, like, when you meet new people, because you have these traits, once they find out that you're an air aspect or a Nellens, they will make assumptions about you. And again, this will be like gameplay. This will come into gameplay. This will help you earn Arthur every now and then.
Okay.
Okay. So that's traits. Attributes. So now so this is your health, and we basically just follow the instructions. So the average of will and fort equals 4. So the base will be 4. And then I'm going to ask you some questions.
Oh, shit. Okay. Ready.
Once I find them. Character burning. Step 7. Health questions. Oh, actually, look. Yeah. Okay. Does your character live in squalor and filth?
I should hope not. No.
All right. Is the character frail or sickly?
No.
Was the character severely wounded, excuse me, in the past?
Does, like, fight with the bull monster count?
If I recall, you got thrown across the stadium, or the fighting arena, but you didn't actually take damage.
I don't know how I managed that. I don't remember how.
I would say, based on the gameplay that we've done over the last 2 years, you haven't ever been severely wounded. But if you want to have been severely wounded further back in your backstory, now would be the time to say.
I can't think of any particular reason why she would be severely wounded, though, because as far as, like, I know that the House of Bells is pretty rough, but it's as far as, like, you know, something like that goes, it's fairly sheltered. Like, I'm not up against fighting monsters every day and you know, in life or death situations that could kill me every day.
Well, do remember that a few students at House of Bells die each year from training.
Yeah, but those are the scrubs.
All right. Okay, so that's a no?
I don't think so.
All right. Are you a dwarf, elf, or orc, or in this case, exalted? Yes. In which case, add 1. So the base was 4. You've got +1, so you're now at 5. Is the character athletic and active?
Yes.
Cool. Add another one. And does the character live in a really clean and happy place, like the hills in The Sound of Music?
I'm sorry, is that part of the question?
That's the actual question.
What the fuck? No.
No. Very few people do. Cool.
I mean, maybe if I lived in the Nellens main house, possibly, but no.
It's for, like, right now. So you're in, like, the slums of the Imperial City, so no.
Yeah. I mean, we keep it as tidy as we can, so it's not in squalor, but it's also not like a fucking mansion in the hills of Italy while I'm sipping wine on the porch.
Yeah, if you were a signer, if you were if you were emo, then you would answer yes to that question.
Unfortunately, life has not gifted me with that.
Okay, so your steel starts at a base of 3, and then you get +1 because you're exalted. And now let's ask some questions. Have you ever taken a conscript, soldier, bandit, squire, or knight type life path?
Yes.
Yes. So that includes your House of Bells training. So +1.
Okay.
Has the character ever been severely wounded? We already answered that, so no.
Yeah.
Has the character ever murdered or killed with their own hand?
With their own hands is the particular wording.
Yes. Not just killing someone in battle, murdering them.
I don't believe I've ever murdered anyone with my bare hands.
Okay. I like the follow-up to this as well. Have they done it more than once? And you only get the +1 steal if you've done it more than once.
Oh my god.
Has the character ever been tortured, enslaved, beaten or beaten terribly over time?
No.
Has the character led a sheltered life, free from violence and pain?
I mean, sheltered certainly, but definitely not free from violence and pain.
Okay. Has the character been raised in a and this is the keyword raised, so the first sort of 2 life paths. Has the character been raised in a competitive but non-violent culture, e.g. sports, debate, strategy games, courting, etc.?
No.
Yeah, I would agree. Has the character ever given birth to a child?
No.
Is the character gifted or faithful or equivalent, or this would be the exalted bit, so I've already raised your steal for that. If the character's perception exponent is 6 or higher, which I think yours is, yeah, you've got perception 7, raise steal by 1.
I'm super perceptive for all those fucking traps.
If the will exponent is 5 or higher, raise steal by 1. Yours is 3, so you don't get that.
Right.
If the character's fort exponent is 6 or higher, which yours is, then raise steal by 1. So you've got 7 steal. Wow.
I don't know what this means.
So steal is basically when something shocking happens, you roll steal, and if you fail, then you will stand and drool or run away or swoon or something like that.
Right. Okay.
So having a strong steal, having a good steal, means that like when something awful happens, you're not gonna throw up.
Unlike Rokujai.
Yes. Yeah.
Rest in pieces. That poor man.
All right, and your mortal wound is the average of power and fort rounded down +6. So let's just check that math is right. 6 and 6, average of that is 6, +6 is 12. Cool. All right, essence.
Question.
Yeah.
Where does the grayscale thing come into play?
We will get to that right at the end.
Okay.
It's a bit fiddly, so.
All right.
Cool. Essence questions. So this comes from my little rules. And this was partially adapted from something that I found on a forum. So base starting essence is B3. Players answer a series of questions relating to the background. Has the character been in denial or afraid of their newfound powers?
I wouldn't say I was afraid of my newfound powers, but I've definitely been in denial about my abilities before. AKA the fucking cherubs.
I would say this relates more to like the years surrounding when you exalted.
Oh no, that was great. I loved it. It was like amazing. I was like, what the fuck? This is so cool. I can do all this stuff. Let's just practice it out in the open where immaculate monks can see me.
Okay, cool. So you don't lose essence for being in denial. Has the character grown up among other Exalted, surrounded by tales of their exploits? I would say no, because you grew up in a mortal village.
Yeah, I grew up in a mortal village.
Had you been born a dynast, then this would be yes, I think. But okay, so no essence gain for that. Has the character had access to an essence wielding mentor, such as a lesser god or sidereal? I would say no. Has the character killed another essence user?
Yes.
I would say yes. The killing blow that you struck on the Mortite, on the dead Luna, I would say that counts. So +1. Has the character ever lived as a slave? Nope, I would say.
No.
If the character is gifted or equivalent, raise essence by 1. You're not a sorcerer, so nope. And if your will exponent is 5 or higher, raise essence by 1, but yours isn't. So your essence is B4. Cool. An essence will function, this probably won't make much sense to you, but anyone that's listening, essence function in a similar way to faith, where you can use your essence to perform stunts, which function like prayers for faith. So you can make actually, let's just read these. So at its most basic level, essence is activated through innate and improvised stunts. The rules mirror those, the lower levels of divine intervention found in the Burning Wheel, page 524. Powers available are Boon at obstacle 2. Make one ability open-ended until the end of scene. Intent and task must be pronounced. Blessing, obstacle 3. Grants power to another, giving them +1 to a stat, skill, health, or steal for the duration of the intent. Aid is obstacle 4. Grants a +1 dice to any stat, skill, health, or steal, and additional +1 for each success above the obstacle to yourself. And minor miracle, obstacle 5, is must be thematically appropriate to your cast or aspect. So, for example, solars may call forth divine light or magically heal from tremendous wounds. Terrestrials might raise pillars of earth around them, summon a small whirlwind or whirlpool, become wreathed in flames, cause rapid growth in plants, etc. So this is given mechanics to these few times when you guys have tried to like physically interact with your animas.
Oh shit! All right.
So that becomes a minor miracle now. So that's an obstacle 5 test on your essence.
Oh crap! So we're not going to be able to like walk on stairs made of our whirling water anima anymore.
No, you will, but you'll have to roll real good on your essence.
As opposed to just okay. Like it was before.
It's more grounded now. It's more grounded now. Burning Wheel makes everything more real.
Fuck that. Give me my stunts.
And the minor miracle can also be used to manifest a perfect defense. So you can try and block any incoming attack and avoid all of the damage with a perfect defense at obstacle 5. And then charms are like, the way that it's set up here, charms are like more sophisticated stunts. They're stunts that you've done multiple times and given like a name and have practiced and turned them into something special. So the huge charm lists that are in every Exalted edition at this point,
right,
basically boil down to like inspiration for custom charms. So I've already done this for the charms that you already had from before. So they're on your bio and info, and they're a lot more simplified than they were before. It's like +1 to a thing, or you get a new skill that lets you do new stuff. There's no moats anymore. There is attunement though. So attunement will be your essence. Your essence exponent is your number of attunement slots.
Okay.
And certain charms will cost attunement to sustain. So like your infinitely hidden chakram method will require 1 attunement slot to store your knives in elsewhere.
Right.
And your big sword will cost 2 attunement slots because it's made of the wrong material for your aspect. This doesn't reduce from your total essence. It's just like it's a separate thing that's based on your essence.
Right. Okay.
So it's not like attuning to something reduces your total essence. It's just the numbers are the same. Okay. So resource points. You have four resource points remaining.
Thanks.
And let's find the things that you can spend this on. So you can.
First off, I would like some armor. That would be nice.
Fair enough. That will probably cost all of your points.
Oh fuck!
Let's check. Life paths for man. No, we want kingdoms of man. Armor. Okay, so this is the list. For run-of-the-mill armor, a gambeson will cost 3 RPS, reinforced leather 6 RPS, light mail 10, heavy mail 15, plated mail 20, and full plate mail 50.
I'm sorry, my fucking armor that I had before was worth more than my mercenary group, my guy, and my leadership position combined together.
Yeah, armor's expensive.
Fuck! Okay.
So that's run of the mill. Hang on, that's run of the mill. You can get poor quality armor by halving the cost.
No. All right. Okay. Here's a question. As a weapon, how much is my diclave worth?
I would say that artifacts like are non-sellable because they're or
I'm not gonna
like,
sell it.
trying
just like compare it. Like, what would be the worth and points for this thing?
I don't even know how to price artifacts in this system. Like RPS doesn't translate properly with the like background system from classic Exalted.
All right, just tell me that I made a good investment taking this fucking sword over all of my goddamn armor.
You definitely did.
Okay.
The sword is grey.
I don't know.
And we'll get to shade later, but it basically means if you ever attack anything mortal with this sword, you will practically one-shot them.
God bless. Thank you. Okay. I feel slightly better now. Slightly. Fuck.
So you could get a gambeson for 3 points, or you could get a low-quality reinforced leather for 3 points.
Okay, what else can I get with resource points besides armor?
Okay, so you've got 4 points. You've got 4 points remaining. So you can get some new personal effects for 1 point. You could get a companion animal for 3 points.
Oh, it'll die though.
Or you can get a relationship, an extra relationship. So there's the relationship that you have to have with Nellens Tigers to own this mercenary company. You could get a relationship with someone else too. Let me jump to that section.
I think I'm gonna stay away from relationships. I'm still a little bit out of like.
Well, it's recommended that you actually use stray resource points to buy a relationship. because it makes the game more interesting. So I'll show you how. So a relationship is a background character who the player absolutely wants involved in an important recurring role in a game. He's a family, a friend, an ally, or an enemy. By adding this character to the game, the player implicitly agrees to bring him into play, and the GM knows the character is important. Once a relationship is paid for, they become part of the plot. A relationship with a character who is considered powerful and plays a large role in the game or setting costs 15 points. A relationship with a character who is considered significant or important to the game setting is 10 points, and a relationship with a character who plays a minor role in the setting or situation costs 5 points as a base. So you can't afford any of those right now. However, there are no insignificant relationships. Every one of them is important. However, you can reduce the cost by introducing interesting complications to the nature of the relationship. Relationships have a minimum cost of 1 RPS. So you can reduce the cost by making the character an intimate family relationship. That'll reduce it by 2. You can make them an other family relationship, reducing it by 1. That's what Melon's Tigus would be.
Right.
You can reduce a relationship by 2 by making them romantic. You can reduce by 1 if the relationship is forbidden. The example it gives is a bishop who pals around with the bandit king. And if the relationship is hateful or rivalrous or extremely unfriendly, then the relationship is reduced by 2. So if you're the enemy of the king, then that's a 13-point relationship.
I can't believe I'm an enemy of the Scarlet Empress, who's technically also related to me.
So the example that Adam Cobell gave was Cersei Lannister and Jaime Lannister from
yeah, excuse you. No, thank you.
from Game of Thrones.
Every time I think about that, I shudder.
So they're an immediate family relationship. They're quite important to the settings. That would be like base 10 or 15, and then they're immediate family, so -2. They're a forbidden relationship, so another -1, and they're a romantic relationship, so another -2. And to be fair, Cersei kind of hates Jaime, so she would get another -2.
Apparently not enough to not let us take in her pants.
So you've got 4 points. So you could get another like other family relationship, like Rikista. Or you could get your squire, or make up someone completely new. Now, I will say that because we're running a one-on-one, it's pretty much always recommended in every one-on-one game that the GM make their own NPC that kind of like that buddies with you to like help you out, so that like help is an integral part of Burning Wheel. So to just succeed at anything, it's useful to have people helping you out, which is basically the same idea as forking, but with other people's skills.
I can't wait to fork with Rikista. That sounds nice.
So I will be making my own character at some point to introduce to the story, to be your like companion character, but you won't need a relationship with them. They'll be independent. They'll be my character. So it's up to you, basically. It's in your hands. Do you want Rikista, or do you want to buy some gear? Or something else. Or you could, actually, no, I don't think you can afford another affiliation. No, reputation affiliation costs a minimum of 7.
Okay. Shit. I don't know. I mean, it depends on how hard I feel I am to kill right now.
You're pretty tough. Remember, you're like, I would say, given your economic situation, you're more likely to starve to death than be killed by someone attacking you at this point.
Solid point. I will take that into consideration. I feel like just saying fuck it to relationships and just getting an animal companion. Just give me a cat. But that wouldn't help me.
Or you could, I would say you could have your lantern as an animal. Like I would count that as an.
I could keep the lantern. I want the lantern.
Yeah.
I can't speak with it, but I want the fucking lantern. Jesus Christ.
Cool. All right, so that'll be 3 points.
Oh Christ.
Okay, so you got 1 point left. I would say that you get like some hateful relationship or something, just like a skeleton in the closet that can maybe come up later on in the game. Like maybe you have a rival or something, someone else who's like wanting to set up a mercenary group too, and like you're in their way.
I hate that bitch Greg Grimaldo steals me $15. The reference to the Adventure Zone, don't actually take that as real.
Okay. So does that sound interesting?
Who could I hate? You know,
If you like, you could just take the relationship and I can roll with it.
you know,
If you can't
there
think of anything.
was this one other guy. Also in the Nellens household. And he was an older student in the House of Bells. And he just never seemed to take a liking to me. It wasn't like straight up bullying, because that would have probably started a brawl. And let's just say that brawling would probably get someone in trouble in the House of Bells. It was more like snide comments as I passed, or sneering down at me, whenever we had to line up for lessons where we came into contact. He never seemed to think I was worth anything. And at first I was too preoccupied. I was too still caught up in the freshness of being in Nellens, of suddenly being rebirthed from this peasant mortal life into something as grand as a prince of the earth. But as I became more aware of it, in the years that I was in the House of Bells, I didn't understand it at first. I didn't understand, like, what was his problem? What was his deal with me? And I don't know how. I don't know where I got the idea. I got it into my head that he just really disliked me because I was a lost egg. I don't know if he knows. I don't know if he even, knew particularly, because he was already in the House of Bells by the time I came in there. But I became sort of like convinced that he knew that I was a found egg, and that he just looked down on me because of that. And I despised him for looking down on me, because I was going to be the best. And he graduated before I did. So he's off doing other stuff, and I haven't seen him very often. When I went in to go make my mercenary group, when I went to go get permission from the council, all of that had been driven from my mind. He's already been gone for a year before I graduated. And then I graduated a year later, and I was only filled with thoughts of making this mercenary company. This was going to be my key to fame. This is going to be how I had my name put down in the annals of history, and I would bring my house with me.
All right, that sounds cool.
As I went in to have this appointment with the council, still a little bit nervous, a little bit afraid, I saw him, and we locked eyes, and he gave me that fucking sneer again. And he just walked off. So he's still out there in the world somewhere, but God, do I fucking hate this man.
All right, that sounds cool. That also only sounds like a 2-point relationship, I'm afraid.
Damn it!
So it's other family relationship, and it's hateful, so that's -3 from a base of 5. You're either going to have to make this forbidden or romantic in order to get it down to 1.
All right, we fucked once. It was terrible, and I still hate it for that anyway.
Excellent. Cool.
Some of the younger students get invited to like the graduation parties of the elder guys, and we were only like a year separated anyway. So we went in and we got super smashed, and I woke up and I was like, "This is disgusting. I'm out."
Distant family, hateful, romantic relationship.
That I've only seen once. I also fucking tied his legs together with his bed sheets. I hope you enjoyed that.
Cool. All right.
What a dick.
So I can make this character for you, or you can have a longer think about it and like come up with them yourself if you want.
Make me this character. Make him real to me.
Okay. Cool. I'll bear that in mind. All right. So that's your resources done. You now have a skeleton in the closet.
I have one skeleton in the closet. And then afterwards, I picked up a mod, and it was great. And now he lives here with me.
Mm. But because you haven't bought him as a relationship, he won't be quintessential to the story structure.
No, that's fine. Yeah. He's just kind of there.
Yeah.
And we're just like buddies, and we talk sometimes. Also, we bang because he's hot, but that's it.
Cool.
He just enjoys not living like a mortal anymore, so that's nice.
Well, as we discussed, you're on the verge of bankruptcy because let's calculate your resources skill.
Yeah, so but whatever, I'll bring that up.
So your resources is the sum of your property, relationships, and affiliations. I'm going to say that because you're low on resources, Nellen's Tigers technically is the one that owns the mercenary house.
Mm-hmm.
I'll roll him up separately. So your affiliations and your reputation combined is 17, and then that gets divided by 15 and rounded down, so you're left with the resources of B1.
Thanks.
And this is your, basically whenever you want to buy something in game, you roll resources and see if you have enough cash. And it's interesting because the resources skill, instead of just being like a flat number or like counting pennies or whatever like we used to do, this represents your skill at money managing.
Oh fuck.
And so you can advance this, right? If you get really good rolls on your resources, you can actually get more money, right? So it takes money to make money.
Right.
But, and we'll talk about this later, there's a thing called the tax cycle or the resources cycle.
No, fuck! Taxes, damn it!
Where every month, or how we can choose the time scale for it.
Okay.
I would say every month or something like that. We make a resources roll, and if you fail, then you lose a point of resources.
Oh fuck! Damn it! I could go down to 0.
This is how you could lose your mercenary company.
Oh
this is what I mean by you're on the verge of bankruptcy, and that's what's going to make this game.
This is the only thing I got in my life. It's a fucking mercenary company.
Cool. And then your circles.
Not cool. Damn it.
Your circles is half of your will rounded down, so it's also B1.
Okay.
Circles is interesting. This is a bit like Wisers, but for generating NPCs. So Wisers generates lore. Circles is like you're in a new place. You can basically roll circles to find anyone from one of your previous life paths. So if you're ever in a new place and you need to know someone or you need to get information, you can be like, well, I'm an, I used to be village born and I've just walked into a new village. Can I find someone who, is maybe like someone that I knew growing up, or can I literally find someone who I knew growing up who just happens to be here coincidentally? Or I used to be in the House of Bells. You could probably find House of Bells graduates literally anywhere in the world. More likely to be in the anywhere that the Imperial Legion is stationed or on the Blessed Isle, and you just be like, oh yeah, can I find someone who I graduated with or whatever? And so you roll circles, and if you get a success, then yep, that person is around and you can talk to them and they'll be friendly with you. If you fail, then I can either say, no, you don't find anyone, seems like you're in the wrong kind of place or whatever, or I can activate what's called the enmity clause. And that means that I can say, yeah, you find someone from the House of Bells, but they hate you.
It's that one motherfucker again.
By
the way, I hate Bird's idea, and if you make that real, I will have to find you in Wales and kill you.
Just wait till it comes out that the guy you hate turns out to be the tax collector. Yep.
I'll get Ferris to tell me where you live, Will. I swear to God.
Cool. All right. So last couple steps. Physical tolerances. This is your health bar. So,
yay.
So your mortal wound was. So now we go to the combat tab.
Oh shit! What? So, what the?
Yeah, this looks very strange. Don't worry about it too much.
What the fuck is all this shit?
It looks different, but it's actually functionally very similar to Exalted's health bar, where you have ticks and crosses for wounds that you take. So your mortal wound was a B12. So this is, so you see each of these things is like BR, SU, LI, MISE, TR, and M. These stand for bruising, superficial, I think light, midi, severe, traumatic, and mortal.
Oy.
If you'd ever take damage that is higher, I think it's equal to or higher than your mortal wound, then you die.
Oh.
So everything above B12 is immortal.
So what if I take exactly B12?
Pardon?
What if I take exactly B12?
No. So your B12 mortal wound, that's generated from your power and fort rounded down plus 6. Right. So that we already worked that bit out. Then there's the other categories that we have to work out now. So this is down at the bottom. Superficial is half of fort rounded down plus 1. So your fort is 6. So your superficial wound is 4. E4 is superficial.
Oy.
Then, don't worry, these will get boosted by your ox body technique, but we'll do that afterwards. Okay. Mortal wound is factored as an attribute in step 7. Place the other wounds between these at half fort rounded up steps from the previous tolerance. So that means that 3 steps up. So this is superficial. This is superficial. 1, 2, 3. 3 steps up. So this will be light. 1, 2, 3. This will be midi. This will be severe. Okay, so it's going to have to force this down. So this will be midi. This will be severe. This will be traumatic, and this is light. And now we have 2 ranks of ox body techniques, so that'll boost all of this up by 2. So your mortal wound is actually a B14. You have a B13 traumatic, a B12 severe, a B11 midi, a B10 light, a B9 light, a B8 superficial, a B7 superficial, and then all of the others. Wait.
B6 should be superficial.
Yes. And then all of the others are bruising. Cool. Okay, and this basically means so you're very, very tough to kill. Right? It looks very complicated, it looks very strange. If remember, B4 is human average, which is a bruising wound for you, right? If you ever get attacked by a human, you can basically just ignore anything that they hit you with.
That's nice. I like this. I'm fine with this.
Now, so this is called the physical tolerances grayscale. That's its full name. And you see how it's B1 through 16.
Mm-hmm.
B17 is technically G1, gray 1. And the way that the way that the shades work in terms of mechanics, if you're black shaded, then you roll your dice, and a 4, 5, and 6 is a success. On a gray shade, a 3, 4, 5, and 6 is a success, and on a white shade, a 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 is a success.
Oh shit! All right.
Yeah. They're sometimes also called the mortal, heroic, and supernatural shades. But I quite like the black, white, and gray, or black, gray, and white. Luke describes it as the hue of a flame. Like the brighter the flame, the whiter it is. Like the darkness is the sort of outer perimeter of the flame. The white is the center of the flame. And the gray or the shade represents potential, and the exponent represents your ability to enact that potential. So if you have a gray shaded skill, then you're like, if you have like a G2 in a skill, then you have the potential to be really good at that, because whenever you do roll it, you're going to get more successes than the average B2, but you're still exponent 2, which means it's going to be really hard to actually do anything above average with that. So generally, Luke advises that you avoid grayscale to begin with. However, the one exception to that I'm making is your weapon, because you've earned that over the last 2 years, and that is a gray weapon. That means your sword skill isn't gray, but your weapon is. And so if you hit anyone, right, even if you only do 1 damage, it'll be a G1 damage, which means they'll be at it'll be a B17 or whatever, if you want to think of it that way.
Oh.
So that's what I meant by you can just one-shot most mortals with a grayscale weapon.
So, like, on a scale of 1 to 10, I just scored an 11 and they're fucking dead.
Basically, yeah.
Okay.
So Burning Wheel is about like trying to put things in your way that will challenge you. And based on the talks that we've had so far, and based on the fact that you have a grayscale weapon, there isn't a lot, unless I literally summon a demon into the Imperial City, there isn't a lot that I can throw against you that you can't just mulch with a single shot. And so that isn't very challenging. So I think it makes more sense for us to go down the more social route. And if you do ever need to fight something with your sword, you will fucking mulch them.
Okay.
But that isn't, like, to me, I don't think that's very interesting gameplay.
However,
just the fact that you're carrying this fuck-off giant sword around will be, like, intimidating in and of itself.
Let me just go around intimidating everyone onto my side.
Especially since you can wield it with one hand.
This is true.
Because there's no category in Burning Wheel. Like, it's just sword, right? And that covers your short sword or your long sword or whatever. So you can two-hand it, and if you do two-hand it, you can do a special attack called a Great Strike. But you don't have to two-hand a sword. And then there's like, so the weapon sets in Burning Wheel are a lot more general. It's just like sword, mace, axe, dagger, throwing dagger, crossbow, bow, gun. I think that's it. and they all have different ranges and different stats, and they can all be used in different ways. And this is where like armor and stuff comes into play. So the other thing about your sword that it does is it has a +1 VA, which swords don't normally have. That means versus armor. Since swords don't ordinarily have that, if you're fighting an armored opponent with a sword, because it doesn't normally have a VA, they will not actually be able to damage you that much if you're wearing armor and they're attacking you with a sword. Whereas a mace has a +2 VA, which makes it a lot easier to fight someone in armor if you've got a mace.
Right.
So this is where like the strategy of combat starts coming into play. So you don't have any armor.
VA.
I will work out the missile weapon for your knives later in the week, and I'll figure out the rest of this combat page for you at some other point. I'm going to try and make combat as simple as possible to begin with. We probably won't introduce the fight rules until much later on. If a fight does come up, it'll initially at least be resolved in the way that everything else in the game is resolved, which is task and intent. You state what your intent is, or you say that you want to do a thing, and you say what your intent is. If you beat me or if you pass the obstacle, then that thing happens. Which, depending on how gritty and realistic you're playing that rule, can make combat very dangerous, but I won't do that. Like, one thing that you can do if you're a dick is be like, my intent is to kill him. And then if you get the intent done, then it circumnavigates the entire injury and recovery system. It's just like, yep, you're dead. But that's
my intent is to chop off his leg.
Once you get to that point where you're doing that, and it matters that, like, you know, if it's a fight that really matters, then we'll use the fight system. Otherwise, we'll use task and intent, and we'll account for the fact that you're really strong.
Scarlet Empress.
Okay, and then the last and probably the most important step: beliefs and instincts. And so this is where it pays to probably spend a bit more time talking about what we want out of the game.
Right. Okay.
This will affect your beliefs. This will affect your instincts. So let's see. You're 26 and you have 5 life paths.
All right. While this is happening, let me take like 2 minutes to change over my laundry.
Sure. Go ahead.
I'll be super right back. I can switch to the fucking Google Hangouts. Here we go.
How's everyone in chat? All 3 people. Hooray. Cool. I should find my little thing for session 0 checklist whilst. Oh man, you play Mage Ascension? I'm not judging you, but I'm slightly judging you. I never liked that game. I never got into it that much. Unless there's a new edition. Is there a new version of Mage Ascension that's like better than the old World of Darkness version? Players are gonna go talk to some marauders. Talking with spells, I presume. Ah, okay. Does it like change a lot from? Because last time I played Mage Ascension was years ago, in like the old World of Darkness, while it was still called World of Darkness before it changed to Chronicles of Darkness or whatever it is now. So is it like new and fresh and different and actually functional, or have you just had better luck with it than I ever did? Nice. Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
I changed over the laundry.
Cool. Okay, so let's talk about beliefs. If anything in players so far, the problem thing. Yeah, I find Magic will always make, or if the Magic system is really open, which if I recall, Mage's Magic system is like very, what's the word? Like freeform, if I recall. And that usually gives people like choice paralysis, in my experience. Anyway, character burning beliefs. Oh, thank you, Scandinavian. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, we are still making character. We're just we're finishing up though. We're in the last step. We're doing beliefs and instincts.
Listen,
okay,
character creation is great. I don't think, have you ever watched their first session 0 from 2 years ago? That thing was like 8 hours long. 8 hours. We didn't even finish all of it. We had to go back later and talk to them in private. It was worse. Exalted.
All right. So, beliefs. When a player brings to life a new character in the Burning Wheel, he furnishes that character with 3 beliefs. In essence, these are the top 3 priorities for the character in play. These are not general beliefs like God or country. They are explicitly stated drives that tie directly into the world and setting. Examples of beliefs are: I must serve the Etriarch so that I might be redeemed for my crime, or I will protect my friend's sister at any cost. When sculpting your character's beliefs, think, what do I want out of this character and this situation? How can my character's beliefs reflect that? Then shape your character's beliefs into those priorities. Creating beliefs for your characters is discussed in detail in the character burner. So let's go check that. And so these are usually like sentences that like sum up what you want to do with the character, and it's usually like typically a good belief is like one that has a goal and then a follow-up sentence about how you're going to achieve that goal. And you can change your belief at the beginning and end of every session. So these are things that will change
So
quite
it's like your
frequently.
motivation, but with actual
Yeah,
mechanics behind it.
yeah, it's your goal for the session basically. And then like if you've done something to work towards that belief in that session, then it will earn you fate points, or it will earn you alta, which is fate, persona, and deeds. Which I can explain the mechanics of them if you want, or we can just dig right into the beliefs.
I don't know. I mean, so the first belief that I'm thinking right now is pretty much like, just I don't know, something like I would do anything to make sure that this mercenary company succeeds. You know, I would give up anything for it.
All right, hang on. Let's. So there's a list here of types of starting belief. So I'll read this to you for a sec. So if you have a secret about your character, make a belief about it. It seems counterintuitive, but in order to make a secret work in this game, you have to tell everyone about it.
What?
Because the secret, if you want the secret to come into play, then there has to be something there in the mechanics that brings it into play.
Okay.
The motto of this game, or the mantra, is if it's not in the rules, it's not in the game. If you have an object or an artifact that is very important to your character, write a belief about it. If there is an NPC who is important to you, write a belief about them. If you are interested in or care about another character, write a belief about them. If there's something your character wants to learn or gain, write a belief about it. If you have a philosophy for your character, write a belief about it. And then I'll read you the rest of this as well. At the beginning of the character burning process, you and your GM should discuss the setting, which we've already done, the problem or the action that's starting off the campaign. Use this in your beliefs. Incorporate what you care about, what you hate, and what you want to change with your beliefs. Little goals. When writing goals, try not to make them too big. Try to create goals for yourself that you can at least accomplish or try to accomplish in a session. Don't write goals for things that you'll get into in the future, because you won't be able to earn, if you have like, I want to topple the throne or something, then it's going to be at least a few sessions before you're even in a position to do that, and it's not earning you Arthur in the meantime. If you have a big goal, break it down into steps and write beliefs about the steps that you can take a shot at right now. Broad statements are bad. Broad, vague statements make bad beliefs. The world is doomed is a crap belief. It's a broad statement and it doesn't involve the character in the action. A simple change, the world is doomed if I should fail to save the princess, makes a world of difference. Now, we all know that you're going to try and save the princess, and we know how you can be rewarded by attempting to do that if you work towards saving the princess. If you turn aside from the wait. Oh, right. So if you work towards saving the princess, that'll get you Arthur. If you turn aside from the perfidious princess, or if you save the princess, then that will get you Arthur. Be colorful. It's easy to write simple, direct beliefs. I will save the princess. Unfortunately, such a direct statement often leads to simple or flat play. The more colorful, the more in character you can write your belief, the more fun you're going to have in the game. And this last one is work together, which is meant more for group play. It's usually recommended that you write a belief about one of the other player characters. So when I get around to introducing my NPC that's going to be your buddy, I'd recommend that you leave one belief open so that you can write a belief about them once you meet them.
All right, so can my goal be something like, something like I'll save my mercenary company from bankruptcy or lose everything I've worked for the last 7 years. That's not really 7 years. It'd be more like 2. But
I
it's
think
all
the first part of that sentence is good. I will save my mercenary company from bankruptcy, comma, and then a goal on how you're going to do that. Like a short term, starting by taking on more contracts or asking for more funding from my house or
absolutely not.
Selling some of my property or
by taking on more dangerous and lucrative contracts, regardless of the danger.
Or so, and that will give us a good starting point for the game.
I gotta go up against God to save my fucking mercenary company. I'll fucking do it. I'll find a way.
So the let's see. The Burning Wheel Codex has commentary on beliefs as well, so I can have a look at that as well. Let's see. By design, beliefs provide an opportunity for you to evoke the inner turmoil of your character. You have 3 beliefs rather than 1, so that you can counterpose them. You are supposed to have differing or conflicting opinions about various elements of the game. Your actions in the situation may contravene your philosophy. In play, as the action arises, you can decide which is more important to you. Play out the turmoil in a dramatic fashion, and you'll earn Arthur for a mold breaker as well as for playing your other beliefs or accomplishing a goal. Mold breaker is a thing that we do at the, like when we do trait vote, we'll also talk about mold breaker and certain other like badges where if you like break a belief in a dramatic moment, then that can earn you a lot of Arthur.
Oh, I'm really good at dramatic moments.
So you can write a belief with the secret intent to intentionally break it at some point to force character development. And the other thing is, so there's a kind of counter position of because of the way that beliefs work, like my goal as GM is to always challenge your beliefs. And so if I can't find a meaningful way to challenge your beliefs, then then it means that they're probably too broad or like not applicable to the situation or something like that. However, there's a kind of slightly counterintuitiveness to the nature of beliefs where, because I'm always challenging them, if you have like some belief that's like purity of soul, like I will be the most goodest pure person ever, my job as GM is to challenge that belief and to slowly turn you into a bad person.
Oh
no. So you can write a belief about being a dick, and then that can like, I'm not saying that you will or should, but that's something that you can do if you want, like, so you can think like more long term and think about like how I might challenge your beliefs and how that might change your character over the course of many sessions.
Oh no! I just remembered.
What?
I don't have the coin of ambrosia anymore.
No.
Shit! That was basically the most valuable thing I had on me! Oh no! Everything sucks.
We're getting suggestions from chat as well, by the way.
I don't want to look at chat. They said my hated enemy should be attacked, but like, I stopped listening after that. Right. Okay. See, I wouldn't be able to make a deal with a god of coin because one, I don't know a god of coin, and two, such dealings are so fucking beyond my own fucking beliefs that like, how would I I wouldn't be able to do that.
But you have spirits wises.
I do have spirits wises.
Or spirits wise, rather.
But it's like you don't make deals with gods. You know, you talk to them, you get out of them what you want.
Totally can. It is totally within the realm of reason to go to a god and be like, "Hey, I want to make a deal."
No. But Denati wouldn't make the deal.
It's not like within the Immaculate Doctrine, it's not good, and that might get you in trouble with the Immaculate Order. But
like she's just barely managed to come to terms with the fact that not all gods are like obsessed with enslaving mortality or like getting more followers or whatever, which is what she's grown up believing. She's had dealings with Ochre Shard, she's had dealings with Elsa, Odonata, so like all of this is like sort of come into play so that she's realized, hey, maybe they're kind of like us? Shrug emoji. But she hasn't gotten to the point where she's like, I'm gonna make a deal with gods. I'm gonna make a deal with spirits and put them on my level.
But maybe we could get to that point.
This is true. Oh my god, you should show them my fucking badass sword. I love it so much.
Oh, sure, yeah.
I didn't draw it. We basically lifted this from some dude on Tumblr. I'm so sorry. We're art thieves.
Oh shit, I don't have it. Or I know, it's on the other Roll20. Let's see. Where is it? This thing. Riva Diclave. I've completely forgotten what you called it. You gave it a name, and I've just forgotten what you called it.
But it was the best name. How could you?
Well, I never wrote it down. I think you wrote it down somewhere, though, right? It was like a Swedish name or something for like windstorm or something.
Yeah, it was Windstrike.
Yeah.
Vin something. I don't know. I can't remember the spelling of it, but I could probably find it again. Look at that! Look at that beautiful thing. It's literally 5 feet tall.
It's literally as tall as Denati.
Yeah.
Especially with you took the short trait, right?
I did.
Yeah, so people will comment on the size of your sword compared to you.
That's fine. I'll literally take it and I'll just lift it one-handed as a show of strength. It's beautiful and I love it. I had to fight a fucking corrupted lunar for this thing. And I faced off against him one-on-one in an ice arena. And I still don't know how he did it.
Sank to the bottom of a frozen lake and dropped all of your equipment just to loot this sword.
I wasn't attuned to it, so instead of it being light as a feather, it was like heavy as 2-ton rock. So I had to drop everything. And then I almost didn't make it to the surface.
This weapon almost killed you.
Someone did almost kill me.
In 2 ways.
Yep. The only reason I survived was because I kept on getting brilliant constitution rolls and didn't lose my breath. And also one of the other party members decided to try and save me, which was great. Good times. No, I'm not a sorceress. In fact, one of my key elements is that I feel slightly inadequate because I'm not a sorceress. I'm just basically brute muscle with some charms thrown in.
You could write a belief about that.
How do I write a belief about it?
Okay, so let's do one belief first. So your mercenary company.
Uh-huh.
So this is like this would be like number 1. So I liked the first sentence that you had. I will make sure that my mercenary company succeeds or doesn't go bankrupt or something like that.
I will save my mercenary company from bankruptcy.
All right, and then so type that in as your belief. So on the
on the first one, right?
I want you to word this because like
I will.
I've done as much as I can at this point for like helping with all the stats and stuff, but this is all in your hands now.
I don't know how to spell bankruptcy. Legitimately,
It's bank and then RUPTK I don't fucking know.
bankruptcy. There we go. I don't know if that's a real spelling, but I'm going to keep it that way. I will save my... You know what? Denati isn't the most learned person either, so this is fine. I'll save my mercenary company from bankruptcy.
Are you writing it in the belief slot?
Yes?
Oh, it's not
Is it not showing up? What
like
if
on
I click on
the
it?
character sheet, character index information beliefs. Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah,
I clicked away from it.
Ah, right. Okay, cool.
How about that? I will save my mercenary company from bankruptcy by taking on more lucrative and potentially life-threatening contracts.
Nice. Yeah, I think that's
okay.
So the thing is, like, over the course of play, this is what Luke tends to call a fate mine. So over the course of the play, you keep the starting sentence the same, and then every time you like get a fate point for the second sentence, right? Like you complete the little goal that you wrote for the session, you change that. So you can always change that second part of the sentence to be session appropriate. So I think that's a good belief. And then once your mercenary company is definitely not, or once your mercenary company is in the black, not failing, then you can like change it, or actually once it's no longer in danger of getting bankrupt, but the belief will be completed, and you'll get a persona point, and then you can write a new belief that's like, all right, now that we're stable again, I will make this mercenary company the best mercenary company in all of the Scarlet Prefecture, or something like that.
Okay, never mind. I've decided to change my belief already, because if the god of bankruptcy looks exactly like Donald Trump, I'm going to save my company from bankruptcy by killing the god of bankruptcy. I will take my new divine weapon and use it to smite down the very reason why I'm going bankrupt in the first place.
How does your character feel about the undead?
How does my character feel about the undead?
I don't know why he's asking that question, but it's an interesting question.
Probably a little. I mean, Denati's been through a lot of stuff, and I think her last foray under Pike upstairs into the fucking Shadowlands kind of gave her a little bit of a better, like, she's definitely become more aware of her own mortality. You know, when kids are young, they sort of tend to think they're invincible. Yeah. And you can do anything. You can climb whatever tree you want. You can get on a roof. You can fucking go on a skateboard and ride along in the backside of a car, you know, and then you grow up and you realize, actually, I'm just a fucking flesh bag and I could die at any moment. Denati is a pretty young Exalt. Like, she hasn't even moved into, like, her actual 30s.
Yeah.
So she's still fairly young, but I think, like, whereas before she kind of looked at herself with that childlike mentality, after she went into Pike upstairs and had those confrontations with spirits and the undead, she's grown to have a healthy respect of them. I don't think she ever really got a chance to sort of work through some of the stuff that she saw. I think at one point she was literally who stabbed Denati through the stomach?
You've been stabbed in the stomach quite a few times.
I have been stabbed in the stomach quite a few times. I feel like one of them was one of the blue skeletons.
Yeah, one of the bone thieves, I think, stabbed you at one point. And I think Dark Beast's Samid like ripped you a new one at some point as well.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. I almost died. So, I mean, like every single time she's come up in a
and
fight,
just the general fight with the lunar
Yeah.
ghost was pretty grueling.
it was bad. But yeah, she's. I wouldn't say she's like terrified of them, but if she comes up in a fight where she has to fight against one of the undead, she's definitely going to like instinctively take a step back. You know, like okay, let's hold on here a second. Because so far she's come up pretty well against them, but they really hurt and they're really dangerous and terrible, and they shouldn't exist.
Okay, so that's a personal belief done.
Yay.
I think it's also appropriate to write a belief about, like, so the general goal is like, you don't have to do this, but Luke recommends that you do like one personal belief, one belief about another character in your party, and one belief that's like more open and like generally relevant to the setting. So let's talk about the setting a little bit more.
Okay.
Since your mercenary company's little cottage is in the Imperial City or on the outskirts of the Imperial City, I'm thinking that it's like the game is mostly going to be set in and around the Scarlet Prefecture.
Okay.
Or the Imperial Prefecture, whatever you want to call it. We can go further afield if you want to, but I mean, it's up to you. I think it's better to sort of, I mean, we can just set the whole thing in the Imperial City, like completely, and almost never stray away from there if you want. Or
I'm
if you
okay
want to
with
see more countryside, then
I enjoyed the traveling and seeing new places and stuff, and having to tramp through forests and bushwhack spiders.
Because I think that there's a lot in the Imperial City. I mean, it's a huge city. There's plenty.
It is a ridiculous city. Didn't it take us like half a fucking day to go around it?
Yeah, it's a 40 miles in diameter.
It's ridiculous.
So yeah, there's definitely a lot that can go on in the Imperial City, and I think we need a big, like, more global event that's like out of your hands to afflict the city in some way that can be playing in the background that you can get involved with if you want to, and maybe write a belief about.
Well, the Bull of the North did just fucking ravage like a whole portion of some house's army.
Say again?
Didn't the Bull of the North at around this time kind of like kill an entire army single-handedly?
Yeah, that's true. So we're playing, for the two people watching, we're playing a couple years, or three people watching, pardon me. We're playing a couple years earlier than when it generally recommends that you start playing Exalted, because the general impression that I got from like the setup in the Dragon-Blooded books and the Blessed Isle book, Compass of Celestial Directions, is like when the game begins, the civil war in the Blessed Isle is like just about to kick off, and I wasn't quite ready to like get to that point yet, so I'm giving myself a few in-game years before that starts happening. But that means that the Bull in the North has only just recently defeated the Tepet army, and so there was rumors of that when you were in Spider's Crossing, if you remember. So maybe that news has like just hit the Blessed Isle on a nationwide scale. Like there's no question about it now. The Tepet army have been decimated by the Bull of the North, and the Imperial Army and the Tepets especially are shitting themselves and licking their wounds.
Basically.
And
Hopefully not at the same time.
maybe that's causing some socio-political unrest in the Imperial City in some way.
Yeah,
Maybe
it's
that's
like
going
where,
to kick off some dispute.
because in the center, the guy, like all the houses have their sort of like seats of,
Yeah, they each have a
quote-unquote
wing
power.
in the Imperial Palace, except for Nellens.
Except for Nellens, because
And I think one other, but I can't remember who.
fuck the rest of the guys, that's why.
So maybe that could be something like. I'll have a think about what that could be exactly. So yeah, okay. So maybe
Well, I mean, like, if you had something against the Tepets, then now would be the perfect chance to retaliate, because if you ever feared a retaliation from their army, well, that army doesn't exist anymore.
True. So yeah. Okay, so that's maybe not something that you can write a belief about right now, but if it comes into play, then
yeah,
then maybe that's something you get involved with. I'll say one other thing as well, or one other idea that I had, and this is an old idea, but repercussions of Elwyn's actions.
Oh no! Fuck! I spent all this time thinking I'd put it behind me.
This doesn't directly relate to you, but it probably came up at the wedding, because the third Sinus wedding, was going to be into the household of that Elwyn was formerly a part of, and until all of that shit kicked off, and I've forgotten which household it is, but they basically, as a result of that, they basically had to reveal their sinister intents towards the rest of House Nemon. They were planning an assassination of Nemon to like take over the house, and since then, that's like given them a bad rep, and that like Nemon is dealing with a load of internal conflict now. But a result of that is that the third Sinus wedding has been cancelled.
Oh shit.
And that was like announced or rumored or like, yeah, said, like discussed under hushed breath at the wedding that you just came back from. So that could play into the game as well.
Where me and someone exchanged looks from across the table and said nothing. We know nothing about that. That didn't happen under oath or anything. I definitely had no part in egging Elwyn on.
Yes, Joseph, the Tepets might need to hire mercenaries.
Our mercenary group of like 15 people.
Whether they would stoop to hiring a Nellens mercenary, though, is another question.
Yep.
Tepet's a very proud family.
You still got like the Stasis house that has like all their mercenaries.
Well, it's more than mercenaries. Like the big military houses actually own parts of the Imperial Army.
Oh. Okay.
So they basically have like state-sponsored militias.
Nice.
That's
never ended up badly.
Yeah. Well, that's basically what kicks off the Civil War eventually. Like the houses have had enough squabbling, and they realize, hang on, we have these armies and no one's in charge.
Let's just take what we want, son.
Yeah. But we're not
All
at
right.
that point just yet.
I wouldn't be opposed to having some beliefs about the actions that may or may not have taken place when Elvin was in the party.
Yeah. In what form? What form would that take, do you think?
I didn't do anything wrong. I'm innocent.
That's not really a belief that I can challenge. So if you're going
if I get arrested for it, maybe.
Well, yeah, but if you're going to write a belief about that, then there needs to be something that's like you basically, if you write a belief about that, then you're telling me like I want these themes worked into the game.
Oh shit! Well, the only thing I can think of would just absolutely fuck me up, and I'm not sure if I'm ready to go down that path. Of the belief that like I got away with it, no one would find out that I was ever a part of this.
Again, I'd say that because so remember, beliefs are things that you work towards or things that you bring into your play each session, and if you do that properly, then you'll earn fate and persona.
Okay.
So if you write that belief and you can think of a way that you can consistently bring that up and let me challenge that belief in some way, then because maybe you're in denial. Maybe you're not actually as guiltless as you thought you were, but you believe you are, and then I have to test that and really check whether you really think you're responsible for the death of whoever it was. I've already forgotten his name.
Oh my god! It's okay, we got like a 6-hour video for it.
I'll go find it. It's in my notes somewhere.
He's definitely not some mortal dude that like doesn't matter. I mean, I kind of like that. Like the thought that, you know, well, I definitely didn't do anything. I'm guiltless. I've never.
You just watched.
I couldn't have done anything about it.
Sure.
Like I had no clue that he would do anything like this. I had no sign. I was just as much of a victim as everyone else.
Yeah, okay. I think that could work as a belief, especially since this probably isn't something that Denati has thought about for like the last 2 months, but now the wedding and these rumors and stuff, like suddenly it's on her mind again, and on the whole journey home, she's been thinking about it.
You know, like there was nothing I could have possibly done. He was like, I was. The worst part is that I distinctly remember me saying that I was standing next to him.
Yes. Yes.
Because I went up and punched him in the face.
Yeah.
I was right next to him when he died.
Cool. Okay, so that if you want to write a belief about
done,
that,
like,
then I can challenge that.
I mean, it wasn't as though I could have like blocked it with my body and it wouldn't really have done anything to me in comparison to this clearly mortal man.
If you can think of a way to phrase a belief that revolves around that, then go for it.
Shit. I gotta think of words. I'm not good with words. Something. Holy shit, excuse me. No.
Yeah, I apologize for the road sounds if you can hear that. It's just really hot today, and I can't not have the window open.
I'm not gonna lie, that kind of sounded like a sliding door somewhere in the distance.
Fair enough.
Shit. Words. How do?
You don't have to write it right now. Like you can, you know,
Chat, help me.
you've got a whole, you've got the whole week to think about it, and you can change your belief. Basically, like beliefs and instincts and traits are your character, right? Everything else is just stats and numbers and gameplay stuff, but your beliefs and instincts are what makes you. And that's important enough that at the beginning of every session, I will make you read through them and check that they still like align with what you want to go for. And I will give you an opportunity at the beginning and end of every session to change your beliefs.
Okay.
So if you can't think of something right now, when we start the session proper next week, you will have had a whole week to think about it, and maybe you decide actually this whole Nemon Elwyn thing, I don't really care about it that much, and drop it before it even starts.
Okay, what about this?
I have never sullied my hands with cold-blooded murder. In spite of what happened to Elwyn's cousin, there was nothing I could have done, no sign I could have seen to prevent it. So I would say that yeah, I'd say, so it depends on how you want this to play out. If you leave it like that, then I will have to challenge that belief by prodding at it with NPCs and events and stuff.
Oh shit.
Because currently it doesn't contain a goal. It's just a kind of thought put into words. Right? It's like, I'm not guilty. Nah, I'm not guilty. There's nothing I could have done. And then the only way that I can challenge that is by like interrogating that idea through gameplay.
Okay.
Alternatively, you can write it slightly differently and make it more goal-oriented and be like, I'm guilty and I'm going to prove it in some way. It's up to you.
Okay.
It's really a question of whether you want to be active in the challenging of this belief or whether I have to actively challenge it.
How about for the first part, something like I will continue to be a force for justice. I don't know, because tonight I was pretty obsessed with like being right and doing what was right.
Yeah.
Morally right, not necessarily lawfully right.
Right by Denati's standards.
Right.
Yeah.
I will continue to be a moral beacon for justice. In spite of what happened to Elwyn's cousin, there was nothing I could have done to prevent it. No signs I could have seen to stop it.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just happy that you can't see this until I finish writing it, because you guys can't see my horrible spelling mistakes. Can't even spell justice, that's fine. Okay. I will continue to be a mortal beacon of justice. in spite of what happened to Elvin's cousin. There was nothing I could have done, no signs I could have seen to prevent it.
Cool. Yeah, so I can think of a few ways to challenge that now. So like I can test whether you really are gonna be a beacon of moral justice, and I can also test like I can make events that aren't directly related to Elwin's or to the shit that happened with Elwin, but that are maybe thematically similar, and like you can see history playing out again. Maybe you want to do something to stop it this time, or something like that. Like,
just let it play out. Just let him more murder.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. And then you can write a third one, or you can leave it open until I introduce an NPC character for you to write a belief about, or you can write like a very short, easy one. That's like that you can just like complete like within a session or two, and then write one. Once that's done, write one about the NPC character, or you could write one about one of your relationships. You could write one about this guy that you hate, or you could write one about your secretary, Nellen's Tigus.
You love Nellen's Tigus. He's the only reason I haven't cursed at someone and accidentally got myself executed. Alright, I think I'm gonna leave it open until we see the other NPC.
Yeah.
I can't think of anything right now.
Okay, fair enough.
I already got an instinct though.
Yeah.
If I feel that I'm in danger, I'm gonna draw my sword. Which is pretty much.
So when in danger, draw my sword.
Yes.
Cool. Yeah, so, like, that's definitely a good way to get in trouble.
I love it. And this is
or actually no. Make it a little more general, because like danger probably explicitly means like when your life is in danger. I'd say like because you're paranoid.
Right.
I'd make it more like when threatened, draw my sword.
Oh man, that's gonna be so bad at some point. But I'll take it.
When I feel threatened, then it's about you, and then it's like, then it's much more personal, and then you can mine that for a lot of Arthur.
Oh god, that's so bad. It's like if someone sneaks up on me, I draw my sword. Whoops, it was my cousin. I almost chopped their head off. That's fine. I'm talking to like the head of house on someone, and like the guards come into the room. I feel threatened. I draw my sword in front of this guy.
Yeah.
I'm talking to the Scarlet Empress. I feel threatened just by the aura. I draw my sword. Oh Christ.
Yeah. So just for anyone listening, instincts are like always, never, if, when, or then statements. Like while doing this, do X. If such and such happens, do Y. Never let something or another happen. If such and such a condition arises, then take this action. And they're basically your way to kind of break the game in a minor way, because there are things that I can never, or there are things that will basically happen on auto. So if you've got an instinct that's like
every day when I wake up, I put on my armor.
Yeah, always put on my armor, or never run out of always. What was one from before? One from one of Adam's games was always practice my punches and kicks. Or when there is downtime, always practice my punches and kicks. And so this game has a practice cycle for like downtime when you're trying to hone skills. And so an instinct like that would mean that if you ever forget to say that you're practicing, I can be like, no, yeah, you've got an instinct written about that, so there's no I can't be like, you didn't say you were practicing. I can't be a dick if you write an instinct about something like that.
My
Bad
second
instincts are stuff like always have money or always win, because they're not engaging and they break the game too much.
my secondary instinct is never let my fucking amazing sword that I almost died for out of my sight, even when bathing. I take that shit with me.
Okay.
It doesn't rust, I don't care.
Yeah. And like instincts, like beliefs, instincts can change at the beginning of every session. If you find that if they're not coming up that frequently, or if you're not happy with the way that they're playing out, you can just change them, no problem. That said, the GM has final say over when an instinct may be changed. So let's see what this says. If he feels that the player is changing an instinct just to be munchkinny and power gaming, and not part of character growth, then he may delay the change until a time that he sees appropriate. Yeah, instincts function as insurance. They can be described by the player character as insurance against the GM's onslaught. They're a mechanical way to ensure that your character behaves in a certain manner which can't be contravened by the GM. Instincts don't need to be adversarial. In fact, they work much better when the player and the GM cooperate, using the instinct to drive the character in play. Like beliefs, instincts can be used to earn Arthur. And yeah.
Joseph, I don't think you understand. My sword doesn't get its own bed. It is in bed with me. I have a loving relationship with my sword. It's taken the place of all other men.
Even Captain Hotbod.
Well,
actually, yes.
It's a challenge.
You haven't mechanically bought Captain Hotbod, so yes, even Captain Hotbod.
God damn it. All right, fine.
All right, third instinct. What would a good third instinct? Let me just check the codex for instincts. Commentary on instincts. You don't have to have 3, by the way.
Oh.
So this is guides. Make one instinct about your character's personality. Never let them forget the fact that I'm a noble. Never let an elf insult me. Always bait the captive wolves. Material instinct. Make one instinct about a piece of gear or equipment. Always mend my armor before I bed down. Always sleep with a knife under my pillow. Never wear shoes. Or skill-based instincts. Look over your skills. Imagine how they would make your character behave. Write an instinct about that behavior. When I'm in a library, do research. Always intimidate people who are shorter than me. Always recite a poem for my lover.
That last one is sappy and gross, and I hate it.
So maybe have a look at your skills for inspiration for a final instinct.
But I thought my first instinct was related to my skills. If I feel threatened, I draw my sword.
I'd say that relates more to your paranoia trait.
Okay. I have many skills. I don't actually have skills.
Because I need to basically go back to the worksheet.
Oh, okay.
Or the character burner page. The skills don't get automatically added to the main part of the character sheet. You have to add them separately. You could write an instinct about your house. You could or you could write an instinct about your woeful uneducation in social situations.
What would my instinct be about that? Run and hide?
It could be like when it can be something like that makes you play in a certain way when you're in a certain situation. It could be like when in court stutter or something. I don't know. Like, I'm not saying Denati does that necessarily, but like when in a certain social scenario, behave in a certain way that's different from how you normally behave.
She would definitely be like, I guess, scared of pretty much saying anything that could fuck up. So in a social situation, she just try not to speak at all unless she's directly spoken to. It's like, you can't fuck up if you don't say anything.
Okay, that's a great instinct. Only speak when spoken to. Or if you want to like ground it more in a certain setting, be like, when surrounded by peers, only speak when spoken to, or something like that.
Okay.
That way, you will like. That can get you. I think that can get you a mold breaker or something similar. Where if you keep playing against that instinct, then it can earn you Arthur as well. Right. So the instincts always happen unless you specifically say, no, this time I don't want that to happen. And then that's like that can be a big moment.
I suddenly speak up and I say, I object.
Okay. Yeah, so this last instinct basically just means that you're socially intimidated by other dragon bloods.
I am absolutely socially intimidated by other dragon bloods. I didn't want to talk to the guy in the head of the table when Elwyn was there. I just literally wanted to leave. I didn't even want to go into the room because it wouldn't be because I thought there wouldn't be enough chairs. I was like, nope, I'll just stay out here. That's fine.
I'll just sit outside.
Fun.
Cool. Okay, so that's basically your character done. But one last thing, let's talk about the custom stuff that I've added.
Shit.
So if we go to bio and info, there's nothing left to do except just talk about this and like see if there's anything you want changed here.
Okay.
Some of this probably won't make sense to you because you don't understand the game yet. But this is what I've come up with for your charms and for your aspect powers and your Diclave's powers. So aspect powers, again, never get injured from falling or jumping as long as you're conscious. Standing from prone only takes 1 action instead of 2. And you may perform an Ob3 essence stunt to jump up to 3 meters. Your Reaver Diclave is a grayscale IMS, which means you can basically one-shot everything.
Everything mortal.
Everything mortal, yeah. Well, everything that doesn't have, like, it can one-shot you. You can one-shot yourself with this weapon.
Oh, God.
Anything that doesn't have gray health will basically get one-shotted by this thing.
I'm fine with that.
It has +1 versus armor, which means it's like on par with an axe or something if you swing it at someone in armor. And it allows the lock action in fight to be used at long range instead of just hands range. And lock basically just means like you grab hold of them and hold them down and pin them and stuff. This is the way that I've given Burning Wheel mechanical trip and fall and die on your own sword.
Oh god.
This is the way that I've given burning wheel-esque mechanical shape to that sort of to the thing that I described last season, where you like surround yourself with this wall of like evanescent crystal. So this is that given burning wheel mechanics basically. So none of the kind of typical fancy exalted style speech is in this. This is all just mechanics. There's nothing
I miss the
fancy
Exalted.
or elaborate here. Yeah, so you can
Like
describe,
Flight of the
but
Brilliant
this is the thing.
Raptor, Death of Obsidian
You can,
Butterflies.
you can describe this however you want now. It gives you more, I think it gives you more descriptive freedom because the effect will always be the same. And as long as you keep the description within the realm of the effect, then yeah, so you can personalize these charms a bit more as long as they're always doing the same thing mechanically. Anyway, so it'll lock an action, or you can make a lock action in fight from a longer range with this sword by kind of like blasting them from behind with this evanescent crystal using the sword.
Awesome.
Feeling the air technique. This will function as a +1 die trait for observation tests whilst inside. So if you recall, this is the charm that lets you like literally feel the air and
Not bump into shit in the dark.
Not bump into the shit. Yeah. So this will just give you plus. So you need to remember like when to apply this. But basically, anytime you're inside and you're making an observation test, you can feel the air and get a +1.
Nice.
Soundless action prana. It takes 3 actions to wind up, and then requires an attunement slot to sustain. And then for stealthy versus observation tests, you get, depending on the roll that you get on stealthy, will affect how the other person detects you. So you'll get +1 to the ob if you get at least 1 success whilst using this. You'll double the ob if you get at least 3 successes, or 3 or more successes rather, and you'll become ineligible for attempts to be observed with hearing if you get 5 or more.
Jeez.
It can affect a number of people equal to your essence exponent as long as they're all within arm's reach of each other. And the obstacles are harder. And it takes 2 attunement slots to sustain.
Right.
Distracting breeze meditation. I think you're going to like this one. This opens a new skill based on perception called distracting breeze meditation. It takes 3 actions to use, but it's like a light spell where at 1 obstacle you can stir up a light breeze. At 2 obstacle you can blow out all nearby candles or scatter loose pages and leaves. At 3 obstacle you can stir up a light but constant wind around yourself, which may give you an advantage in a linked intimidation or oratory test. At ob 4 you can make a push action in fight with a longer range. So you like knock them back with wind. This is like what you did with this in that fight against the assassin.
Right.
At ob 5 you can stir up a stronger wind, which will invoke a steel test in all observers. So you can literally make people run scared or faint or whatever from you just making a whirlwind around yourself. And then at ob 6 you can make a missile range push action.
Holy shit.
At ob 7 you can vacuumate a small room.
Oh great, I can't wait to kill someone by literally sucking the air out of the room.
At ob 8 you can stir up a small twister or dust devil that lasts a few minutes, displacing loose objects. And at ob 9 you can vacuumate a larger room.
Which is like a fucking miracle. But if I make a miracle
like a
happen,
small courtroom, you could vacuumate like a small courtroom.
let's let everyone die.
But okay, so let's talk about obstacle briefly. So this is the probabilities table. I always think this is useful for players to have. The number of dice you're rolling is in the left-hand side column, and the obstacle is on the right. Ob 9 isn't even on this table. The probability of getting 8 successes on 8 dice is 0.4%.
Okay.
So Ob 9 is very difficult. And the way that intent and tasks works is when you say you're going to use this, you basically pick something from this list. So if you say, I want to vacuumate this room, then, let's say it's a small room, then it'll be Ob 7 that you roll this distracting breeze meditation for. If you get 7 or above, then you'll pass and you'll vacuumate the room. If you get lower than 7, because it wasn't your intent to do any of the lower obstacle things, they won't happen just because you rolled that many, right? So maybe you get 4 successes. That doesn't mean you can make a push action. Your intent was to vacuumate the small room and you failed to do that. Does that make sense?
Right. How many dice would I be rolling for distracting breeze meditation?
So it's its own skill and it's rooted in perception. So your perception is 7. Let's check that. Your perception is 7, so its root is half rounded down. So it would begin, your distracting breeze meditation would begin at B3. Which means you're really only going to be able to do the first 2 of these consistently. It's open-ended though, so there's a slim chance. So it could explode.
This is true.
Yeah.
So, like, how many dice would I be rolling though?
So 3, unless you like fork something or somehow get help or have something else that can add to it, you would most commonly be rolling 3 black dice to do this.
I got 2 successes.
Wait, how'd you get an 8 on a d6?
It exploded.
Oh, right, yeah. Wait, what? Isn't it just 1 exclamation point for explosion?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
All of my Open Legend stuff has 2, which I looked up at some point, and it said use 2 for something. So I was like, oh, I think you use 2 if you want them to be added together.
Okay. So we don't want them to be added together.
Ah.
How do you roll? How does Roll20 work again?
Wrong slash.
Right. Okay. Okay. So yeah, that's 4 successes.
Holy shit! Yeah.
Yeah. So the fact that it's open-ended, this is like, so if this was normal Burning Wheel, these these skill-like charms would be called natural magic, right? So elves in the normal Burning Wheel game get spell songs that are like more powerful skills that have effects similar to these.
Okay.
And they're always open-ended. Just by like open-ended dice usually means there's some like magical nature to what it is that you're doing. Trackless passage style requires an attunement slot to sustain. Whilst sustained, you're ineligible for non-supernatural attempts to track. Loyal weapon. This is your thrown weapon automatically returns to you at the beginning of a new volley in fight. So a volley consists of 3 actions. So every 3 actions, your thrown weapons will return to you, and it takes 2 actions to use a throwing weapon. Persistent Hornet attack. Chosen thrown weapon takes on a life of its own after the first attack. Every 2 actions during fight, the weapon makes a new attack against the same target using your throwing skill with a +1 obstacle penalty for each consecutive strike. Once it misses, Loyal Weapon will activate and it will return to you at the top of the new volley. Only 1 weapon may do this at any one time. Whirlwind Shield Form allows you to make block actions using throwing weapons during fight. Invisibly Hidden Chakram method. Number of weapons that can be stored in elsewhere equals your throwing skill exponent. Collectively, all stored mundane weapons take up 1 attunement slot. So, like, both of your knives would only take up 1 attunement slot. Each magical weapon stored would take up 1 attunement slot. So if for whatever reason...
So I could throw in like a bunch of knives in elsewhere. Yes!
Up to a maximum of your throwing skill exponent, which
is like 3.
Is throwing 3. Yeah, so you can store 3 knives in elsewhere.
Yes! God,
or you could store 2 knives and throw your sword into elsewhere.
What the fuck?
Actually, no, you couldn't, because it's too big. It's not a throwing weapon. Actually, I think there are rules for throwing non-throwing weapons in Burning Wheel, but it would take up an attunement slot, and you only have 4 attunement slots. So, I don't know. So the 2 mundane weapons would take up 1 attunement slot, and then the sword would take up 1 attunement slot, and then there's 2 from being attuned to it. So yeah, I guess you could, if you wanted to, but throwing your sword, given your instinct about your sword, is probably not something that you're...
No, I'm not going to do it, because I might get swallowed up by elsewhere. I know how it works. It's just a spell. Let's throw my knives and they come out.
Yeah. Okay, then there's all-encompassing Earth sense. This functions as a call-on trait for observation tests while standing on the Earth and attempting to observe other material creatures that are also touching the Earth. So call-on means it's you choose when to call on it.
Right.
You don't have to, but you can, and it usually functions as a tiebreaker. So if you're trying to observe someone that's in the same room as you, or that's also standing on the Earth, and they're rolling stealthy, you're rolling observation, you both get 3 successes, you can call on this to break the tie in your favor.
Okay.
Ghostfire Blade opens up a new skill called Ghostfire Blade. Functions exactly like a normal weapon skill, except it can be used with any melee weapon that you're already trained in, so in this case only sword. But it can only hit dematerialized objects and creatures. If combined with a stunt, the attack with the weapon also becomes holy.
Okay, so I gotta pull some shit out of my ass to make this thing holy?
Yeah, it means you've got to make. I should probably put an obstacle for that, like probably ob 2 or 3. Actually, let's check what the thing is. Ob 2 is a boon. Make 1 yeah, so probably ob 2, because you already know the charm. So like ob 2 stunt to make the weapon holy for 1 volley or something.
So then I could kill spirits with it.
Dematerialized spirits.
Only dematerialized spirits?
Yeah, so that's what it's it can, the weapon, once basically you're dematerializing your weapon. You're holding onto your weapon, but you're basically putting it into the dematerialized plane, if you like. So if you do this, it can no longer hit material objects, but it can hit immaterial objects.
So in the fight against the big corrupted lunar, would this have killed him? In the end, when he was all smoky?
Yes. Isn't that what you did, though?
Yeah, but he was still, like, I could still see him.
What?
Is dematerialized when you can't see them, or just when they don't have a form?
I'm trying to remember. I think you can be I think you can be visible in the material plane, but not actually materialized. I'm not actually sure how, like, if dematerial means like that you just, like, dematerial might mean like ethereal, like you can be seen but can't be touched, or it might mean you're completely invisible and you can't, like, there might be a spirit inside of you right now.
Oh shit! Could I rip someone's soul out of their body?
I don't know.
Oh my
Well,
god, I'm gonna try it.
no, well, you couldn't because that would be your hand, and this is specifically for weapons.
Well, let me know.
And
Could I
I
just like
don't know.
slice someone's soul out of their body with my fucking god weapon?
Well, okay, so people in the world of Exalted aren't spirits. Right?
But I wouldn't be hitting them in the physical realm. I would be hitting them in the spiritual realm.
Yeah, they don't have a presence in the non-material realm.
They got souls.
The spirit of a mortal is bound to them in a material way. I don't know. I'll check. I might rephrase this. This like Ghost Fireblade has honestly Ghost Fireblade has always been like one of these weird charms that like seems to have very specific use criteria that both you and I have continually like been confused about. So I'll check it again at some point before next session.
But then, like, how would you kill a materialized ghost then?
You would knock it once you knock if a spirit materializes and wants to stay material, if you knock it down to 0 health, then it will automatically dematerialize, but it will still be there. I think. And then you hit it with the Ghost Fireblade.
All right, sounds solid.
And that will kill it like more.
That will super kill it.
I think so. I'll double check. I'm talking about like 6-month-old knowledge that I only vaguely remember, so I will double check that, or maybe someone in chat can look it up. And then Oxbody technique, we already applied this. This permanently shifts the physical tolerances grayscale up by 1. Quarry revelation technique, your hunting and tracking skills are permanently made open-ended. So you basically get magical hunting and tracking.
Awesome. I'm down for that.
Did you take the hunting skill? Or just tracking?
I think it's like tracking.
Okay. Well, if you ever learn hunting, it'll be open-ended. And Palms of the Thunderclap. This is functionally equivalent to the Thunderclap spell, except it has no tax and is tested with essence instead of sorcery. And I can read you that spell if you want.
Yes.
But I'm pretty sure you know what it does.
Yep. It makes everyone deaf.
Pretty much.
That's about it. And I learned how to do it by imitating the thunder.
Thunderclap is an obstacle 3 spell. Takes 2 actions. Speaking this primal incantation. This is the description for the spell. You can change the description however you want. Speaking this primal incantation and bringing his hands together, the wizard causes a small thunderclap to erupt and deafen his enemies. Thunderclap deafens all those around the caster for 1 hour and causes +1 obstacle to all actions for 1 exchange. Victims may make a fort test to reduce the time of deafness by 10 minutes per success. Multiple thunderclaps have no cumulative effect. In brackets, what? I can't hear you. Weapon length, polearm, range as pistol.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. This was in the Burning Wheel book?
Yeah.
I thought fucking Palms of the Thunderclap came from Exalted.
No, Palms of the Thunderclap is a charm that you made up, remember?
Yeah, but it was related to, like, something else that you thought... Like, I took it as a spell.
Yeah, basically what happened was I got confused when I put it in the old charm list. I got confused and thought Thunderclap Kata, which is a divine air aspect martial art charm, was the same thing, but it's not. Like, it's a charm that I made up, and I like thought they were the same thing, and then I checked again a while back, and they're not the same. Like, Thunderclap Kata works very differently, and it's also like 3 charms deep into the divine air aspect martial art.
I can't believe I've learned the spells of divinity.
Well, but it works very differently. So, from what I invented, so I just basically said, this is something that you've made up yourself, or that Nellens Denati has made up herself, and this will be for like making your own charms. You can like you if you repeatedly do a certain kind of stunt and you want it to have a particular effect, then with time we can work that into a unique charm.
Holy shit! Okay.
That's sort of how the new charm system is set up. So there's no definitive charm list anymore. It's just like you pick and choose and take inspiration and write rules for them that are appropriate to Burning Wheel, rather than me attempting to convert every charm to Burning Wheel in a meaningful way, which is just horribly time consuming and not really that useful in some ways.
I'm ready to make all the charms ever.
In fact, I can read you that section if you want. So, a more sophisticated application of essence is the developing and refining of charms. Similar to stunts, but more powerful. All charms are miraculous at their heart. Charms are a manifestation of godly power. Creating a charm means the character withdraws from normal life to study, meditate, and experiment. The procedure of creating a new charm is as follows. Name. It need not be an existing charm, however, the Exalted rulebooks contain a wealth of inspirational material. If you do use those, take note of their mins and prerequisites. Determine whether the general form of the charm's effect is a skill or trait or spell. Any dice that get rolled to enact the charm's effect will be open-ended by default. If the charm is a skill and is root it in an appropriate stat. Determine the step 3. Determine the actual effect of the charm, like in-game effect, and this should be discussed among the GM and the player. So that's basically what I just did with you. Are you happy with all of the charms that I just talked about?
I'm pretty happy with all the charms.
Cool. And then make an essence test at an obstacle roughly equal to the ability minimum of the original version of the charm, if one exists, or make one up if you're making up a new charm. With bonus dice added by the GM based on the length of time spent training and any help offered by a tutor. Making the roll plus time. The player makes an essence roll. Boxing, meditation, astrology, sorcery, and symbolism may be linked to the roll prior, but nothing may be forked for the actual roll. Tweaks to the obstacle may be made if the charm has been introduced via a stunt earlier, or is part of a series of consequential charm choices that follow a particular branch of the charm tree. To fully manifest a charm, a period of 2 weeks per obstacle is spent researching and experimenting. As usual, extra successes may be allocated to work quickly to reduce time spent. If successful, the charm is permanently learned. If failed, the trainee may not try again until next month. But persistence is rewarded. For each consecutive failed test to permanently learn a charm, they gain +1 dice for the next attempt. Only one charm can be learned at a time, however. So if you try and learn one charm, fail, and then switch, fail that, and then try and learn the first charm again, you won't get the bonus.
Okay.
Exalts can learn charms as an innate function of their being. Mentors or written instructions are not required, but they can help. Charms and stunts are, like everything else, subject to the let it ride and test mongering rules. And you cannot earn Arthur from trait-like charms, and they can't be lost in a trait vote and should therefore be listed separately. So like the call-on trait or the die trait for feeling the air technique, like you can't lose that in a trait vote.
Nice. I love it. My spells are mine.
on excellencies. Due to the nature of stunts, all excellencies have been removed from the game.
Well,
and in the charm, if an excellency is ever a charm prerequisite, consider that already fulfilled. Because basically the excellencies add bonus dice, right?
yes.
And so the new function of the stunts is to add bonus dice. So they're basically doing the same thing. There's no point in giving them special rules. It just wastes charm slots.
All right.
So if you ever want to, like, jump really high or get some extra bonus dice into your sword roll or whatever, you do a stunt to do that instead of using an excellency.
All right. Does the stunt work just the same way that just if I describe something real good?
Yeah, you just describe something real good and then you make an essence roll.
Nice. Okay. I'm good at that.
I'm
not gonna lie. I think I pulled
making the
out.
essence roll will also mean that you're progressing your essence. So the more stunts you perform, the better you get at performing stunts. Both as a player in terms of describing them and in game as a character in terms of performing them.
Right. I don't want to toot my own horn, but I'm pretty sure I landed the most stunts in our gameplay.
Yeah, I think you did.
Pops my collar.
Might as well read the rest of this. On life paths, as should be expected, the default life paths of Burning Wheel did not mesh perfectly with the Exalted setting. This is hardly a problem, however. Instead, life paths should be chosen and modified with an eye towards preserving the narrative. Simple name changes to a title can greatly alter the feel of an otherwise identical profession. That's basically what I did with the House Nell, or the House Nellon's Tuition and the House of Bells stuff.
I just can't believe that the Burning Wheel has like a section on how to switch over from Exalted.
It doesn't. This is stuff that I'm making up.
Oh. I was going to say, like, wow, this is really in detail.
No, this is well, so this is part. So someone wrote a forum post about this that was like a half a page long, like 3 years ago, and I like dug it out of the forum, had a look at it, tweaked some things,
And stole it.
I should probably find the name and credit them.
Fucking thieves.
So little name change can greatly alter the feel of an otherwise identical profession. If that isn't good enough, consider swapping one or two of the skills or traits for another, or add or remove a lead. Try not to fiddle with the other stats of the life path. If all else fails, create an entirely new life path, but refer to like the codex and the monster burner and stuff like that for making new life paths.
Nice. Joseph, if he did that, then Luke Crate would find him and kill him.
No, like when I say that Luke Crane doesn't like people hacking the game, I mean that he doesn't like people hacking the game in a way that doesn't make sense with the game. Like you really need to know how the pieces fit together before you start hacking Burning Wheel. And I'm not convinced that I'm necessarily. I'm not saying that I have a perfect knowledge of Burning Wheel because this is my first time playing it too. But I'm pretty good with mechanics. Like there's stuff that I'm doing here that I've seen other people not doing in their hacks.
I reiterate, Luke Crane would come to his house and kill him.
like one thing that I noticed, for example, is you in Burning Wheel, you almost never reduce an obstacle or reduce your dice. Like if you want to apply a penalty to someone, there's no like like this is a problem that I have with Exalted, for example. Like if you want to make a roll harder, you can do a lot of different things to make the roll harder. You can subtract dice from a player, or you can like make the difficulty harder, or you can apply like environmental mod, all of this different stuff. In Burning Wheel, if you want to give the player a bonus, you give them more dice. If you want to make it harder, you boost the obstacle. No, like, oh, lower the obstacle for these specific conditions. No, it's give them extra dice or boost the obstacle. That's it. it's really clean in that way. So yeah. Anyway, so is there anything else important here? Where is stride marked? Because you have a +2 to your stride. Huh. Huh, that's weird. It doesn't seem to be here.
I can't believe you made up a stat just for your own purposes. Now Luke Crane really is going to come to your house and kill you.
What do you mean, the essence trait?
No, the stride trait, because you can't find it.
It's definitely in there. Let's look it up. Index of headings. Stride. Stride 95 and 530. Okay, here we are. The pace is fucking cars. The pace is the standard measure of distance in Burning Wheel. It represents the distance of one stride, heel, or toe for an average man. For our purposes, it's a standard measurement. All paces, whether dwarf or troll, are the same distance. Ranges, lengths, depths, distances, and rates of movement are measured in paces. For equivalency's sake, we will say that a pace contains 3 feet and that there are 7,600 paces in a mile. However, it's not best to get too precise with the actual distance in Burning Wheel. Actually, that's a good point. I will probably not be using tokens and like maps and stuff. I want to keep as much of this as possible in the theater of mind.
Okay.
Well, I'll be using maps like the map in the background, like for locations and stuff, but I'm not going to draw like tiled dungeons. This isn't D&D.
Right.
To cross distances quickly, we don't bust out the ruler, we make speed tests. Set an obstacle for the journey, to get there early, to get there on time, or to get there at all, and test speed against the obstacle. It's the simplest and best way to resolve travel. Stride is a quality of character's stock and body type. It notes who has an advantage if two characters are racing or maneuvering against one another due to their physiognomy. What the fuck is that word? Let's just say physiology, not their speed. Dwarves have a stride of 6. Men, orcs, and trolls have a stride of 7. Elves, great spiders, and rodent have a stride of 8. Great wolves have a stride of 11. Horses have a stride of 12. Nothing sharpens a wolf's hunger like a hoof on the run. Yeah, so you have a base of 7 because you're Manish stock, and then you get +1 from the trait and +1 for being Exalted. So you have a stride of 9. And I guess we'll just write that on the character sheet somewhere.
Which is like 20-something feet? If a stride is 3 feet?
No, a pace was 3 feet.
Oh. How many paces in a stride?
No, stride is just a quality of your character. It's how fast you can run, but it's relative to other things.
Oh, okay.
This rating isn't rolled. It does advance like a normal stat or it doesn't advance like a normal stat or skilled. It isn't affected by wounds. It simply tells us who has the natural advantage in terms of movement, stride, and positioning. As mentioned above, some creatures are simply built to run faster than others. The stride represents this. In positioning rules for melee and missile combat, the character with the longest stride gets +1 to their positioning test. It doesn't matter how far the character could move if we measured it. What matters is that one character/creature is more mobile than the other. So against other humanoids, you will pretty much always have the advantage in positioning. If there are more than 2 strides in play, the highest should get +2 dice, and the next highest gets +1. The lowest gets no bonus. If one character's stride exceeds another by 4 or more, the GM may grant him a +2 in the positioning rather than +1. If one character is pursuing another, make a versus speed test. Do not measure speed rate versus speed rate. The chase is a single positioning test made to resolve an I'm running away from him conflict. Grant +1 dice for each relevant advantage. Higher reflexes, longer stride, higher fort, and a head start. If there's nowhere to hide, like being chased on a salt flat, then the pursuer gains +2.
Oh.
Other advantages are applicable as well, like being better suited to the terrain, but are situational and up to the GM. Forks and the chase. Applicable forks like streetwise, stealthy, inconspicuous, climbing, rigging, or other appropriate wises are perfectly legitimate. Pursuer wins the chase test. This means that your character has caught up to their quarry at full tilt in this and is in position to do one thing/action. Take a shot, dive tackle him, shout a warning, whatever. This must be taken as a separate skill or stat test at a +2 obstacle disadvantage. Use the appropriate mechanics to resolve that action/conflict. If this fails to stop the quarry, then the chase is on again. Another speed test is made. If the pursued wins the chase, then they get away, abiding by the let it ride rules. There is no retesting. So after a lengthy chase, the pursued pulls away, diving into a crowd or just running off. You're going to have to find them another way. For a tied result can be broken by a call on trait. So that would be your fleet-footed trait would break a tie.
Okay.
But because you're likely to have the highest stride anyway, you'll get a +1. Basically, Denali is really fucking speedy.
Yes! Keep that speedy attribute!
If a player wants to undertake an extended multi-part chase/race, the GM should outline the number of tests required to participate. Winning a test gains +1 to the next. In an extended chase, 2 consecutive wins in an extended chase puts the pursued out of reach of the chaser. Interesting. Did you take the riding skill in the end?
I think I already have it.
No, I don't think you took it. So you have a horse, but but you don't know how to ride it.
Oh shit!
To be fair,
What?
it was always more of a pack horse, if you remember.
This is true. It was a pack horse. I did come in riding that one time into the first wedding.
Yeah.
Ah, fuck. I mean, it's fine. I can practice on my horse until I know how to ride it. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I could probably run faster than my horse.
No, a horse's stride is 12, so...
Fuck! I've lost so much speed. Still speedy. Not quite as speedy, though.
Read chat.
I gotta get up. What do you know of Captain Hotbod? Nothing. You know nothing. Joseph Snow. Fuck. Does this mean I'm just your guinea pig again?
Yeah, basically. But there's a lot. There's much fewer tweaks than like the first hack that I made, and there's not going to be weekly patch notes like there was.
As there was before.
Yeah.
Every week, I could change something, guys.
Like in theory, unless something is horribly broken and I've not realized it.
Wait, guys, I've changed this. We don't have time tables anymore. We don't have like our wind up turns. In fact, I've gotten rid of wind down. Absolutely, completely.
Oh man, Joseph Bird's a long-time fan.
Oh,
thanks,
fuck.
dude. I genuinely,
oh, no.
I'm genuinely surprised when people have actually watched the whole series or listened to it, because like it's so long.
Why would you do this to yourself? Wasted hours of your life. Terrible.
I hope you've enjoyed it.
I mean, what is he gonna do? Just hate watch them? I listen to this because I hate it. It gives me pleasure to hate.
Hey, some people like that. There are people that are subscribed to YouTube channels just so they can dislike videos as soon as they upload.
I mean, I follow blogs, but just so I can laugh at how stupid they
are. That's fair. That's fair. I know the feel.
Alright, so maybe he does know of Captain Hotbod and his adventures. In which case, you make a good point. I could have read Captain Hotbod. I don't think he could carry me that far, though.
Hey, his specialty skill is moving the payload.
This is a good point. That is a very good point. I can't believe now I'm the payload.
This sexual metaphor is going too far. That's fair. I don't expect you to.
If you do it, I'll give you $20.
Don't make promises like that.
Send me your PayPal.
Cool. Is there anything else? Let's check my little
handy dandy notebook
list.
So you can personalize your folders and stuff on your work computers. So the first thing that I did was compile a folder of all the shortcuts and to folders that I would need, so that I wouldn't have to go looking in 6 separate drives for them. Which apparently people don't know how to do. So their desktop is just filled with icons, which is ridiculous.
Oh god, yeah.
It's the worst. Meanwhile, mine is very nice and neat, and I have a folder with everything that I could possibly need. But I named that folder your handy dandy shortcuts.
Yeah.
In honor of Blue's Clues, which I still know and love. But because no one ever goes on your computer, because we all have our personal workstations. At one point, my boss needed, my fucking manager needed to use my computer to access a bank website because her own computer wasn't working and I also had access. So she went in there and she saw my desktop and she just started laughing uncontrollably, and I was just like, what the fuck is going on? And she had seen my folder called Your Handy Dandy Shortcuts. She was just like fucking dying. Yeah. And that's how I found out that my manager also likes Blue's Clues.
I used to have a lot more cute names for my folders.
And then you lost hope.
No, I'm slowly reorganizing all of my folders. I need to get round to finishing doing that, but right now my my hard drive is so full that like image icons aren't displaying properly. Like if you look on the stream right now, these are all images, and the icon is broken because because I have 45 megabytes of free space on my system drive.
As compared to
out of like 60 gigabytes. So
Jesus.
I probably need to buy a new drive and like move it onto that, because my my fucking Windows hasn't updated in about a year. It keeps telling me there isn't enough space to update.
Oh God.
This is the only way I've found so far to actually prevent Windows updating. In Windows 10 at least, right? In all other versions of Windows, you can like tell it to never update. But in Windows 10, it will auto update. And as far as I can tell, there's no way to disable it unless there's literally no space on your computer. But yeah, so I'm slowly reorganizing all of my folder names. And my old art folder was called Artsy Fartsy. But that's now changed.
My art tag on my Tumblr called my artsy stuff.
But this is my like collection of folders for like various inspirational art and stuff.
Right.
So I've got like quasi-aboriginal, quasi-austral, quasi-boreal, medieval, mythological, sculptures and renders, steampunk and diesel punk, stupid anime bullshit, stupid fantasy bullshit, wallpapers, Warhammer and Diablo, weapons and objects, and then like I have all of these loose images that I need to like properly organize, but I can't look at them, so I can't organize them right now. And then back when I used to record game footage I used to do a gaming podcast, and I'd record footage with Fraps.
Right.
I don't know if you've used Fraps.
No.
The file size on Fraps videos are absolutely huge because it records the raw data. So like an hour-long Fraps video is like 40 gigabytes.
Jesus.
Yeah, and so I'd keep them all in a separate hard drive that was just exclusively for Fraps folders, or for Fraps files. And that hard drive has since died, but I called the hard drive horse porn. So that if anyone ever came on my computer, they'd be like, why have you got 700 gigabytes of horse porn?
You're just really into those horses. Holy shit. Holy shit. Oh my god. Well, I mean, on the bright side, speaking of like super cute things, I decided to say fuck it today because I'm doing laundry and I'm dressed in my Hello Kitty pants.
Nice.
Pants covered in Hello Kitty faces.
That's cute.
It's fucking adorable. You know, the best thing about being an adult is you can buy Hello Kitty pants and not give a shit.
Yes.
Just not give a singular shit. You know why? I'm an adult. I have money. I could do what I want. I could buy 1 million Hello Kitty pants. I could dress up like Hello Kitty. I could go in a fucking costume out on the street. And you know what? I ain't hurting nobody. I could be just hanging out in a Hello Kitty costume.
The best thing for me is like clothes wise is women's silk pajamas. Women's silk pajamas are like the most comfortable things in the world.
I used to have a pair of silk pajamas, except for the one solitary fact that I outgrew them.
Oh shit.
So now I have medium-sized silk pajamas, and I can't fit comfortably into them anymore. So I have all of this nice softness of silk with all of its fucking lack of stretch.
Yeah, that's the one annoying thing about silk. It's like, yep, this is completely unmovable.
Unstretchable. You know what? The only thing you can do with silk, rip it. That's it.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, Robitus. This is not second edition. This is Burning Wheel.
Where we're
But
talking about silk pajamas.
yeah, I mean, we basically finished character generation now. I guess we should probably end the session, unless there's
Or we
anything
could
else
just
you want to
talk more
mention.
about women's silk pajamas. Which,
Yeah, or
by
we
the
could talk more
way,
about women's
you
clothing.
know what? We need to start a company where they make men's silk pajamas. Or at least
Yeah,
unisex silk pajamas. Because, like, we
yeah.
need those in the world. It's like, have you ever thought about the fact that it's not common for men to use conditioner?
Really?
Like, I've met so many guys, they're just like, conditioners for girls. I'm like, but it's your fucking hair, dude! If you use conditioner, you won't go bald!
My whenever I use conditioner, I use actually no, I have combined, don't I? I use Head and Shoulders now because I started getting like awful dandruff last year.
I feel it. I feel that.
But I used to use conditioner like once a week, and then normal shower hair shampoo. That's what it's called. Like for all of the other showers. But whenever I'd use conditioner, my hair goes like super poofy. I don't know if you know that what I look like, but I have like big poofy hair anyway.
I have no clue what you. I've like known you for 2.5 years. No fucking clue what you look like.
Let's keep it that way.
Wow. I'm gonna get Ferris to give a picture.
I can show you what I look like if you really want me to, but
Do it. Do it
right now.
right now. Anyway, actually, it turned. My shampoo and conditioner stuff actually works the opposite way for me. Where normally when I'll take a bath, I'll use some conditioner to get stuff straightened out, but I won't use shampoo. I'll only use shampoo once every 2 days because if you shampoo every day, you start stripping your hair of chemicals, of like the natural oils and stuff, and it basically goes dead. So, on the bright side, since I started doing that, I've gotten comments from every single hairstylist that I've gone to and say, "Oh my God, you have such beautiful, lively hair." I'm like, "Yes, look at it, feel it."
Yeah, I find that if
I'm better than you.
if I use the Head and Shoulders, like the Head and Shoulders is supposed to get rid of dandruff, but I find that if you use it too frequently, it actually makes the dandruff worse.
It's because it dries out your scalp.
Yeah.
So, moderation is key.
Yeah.
And now we turn this video to hair techniques. Feel my hair, Joseph Bird. We're talking about showering techniques and when you should use shampoo and when you shouldn't, because if you use it too much, then your hair goes dead. You don't want that. So
This has been
moderation.
completely derailed. What the fuck was I doing? I was gonna check my checklist. Okay, have we covered everything?
I don't know. I don't have the checklist. But you know what I do have? Beautiful, lively hair. No, I just tend to stick with like water and light conditioning. Because I'm very much an office gal, so I don't actually do a lot of exercise, though I probably should. So, I very rarely like get dirty. So, like, I shower every day, but I only shampoo like once every 2 days. So, I mean, I don't really experience problems with my hair as far as like filthiness goes, I guess. So. Is it dandruff or is it flakes?
I'm pretty sure actually it might. I don't know. So I was like looking at homeopathic treatments for dandruff because I had like a scalp infection and they gave me like this drop on steroids stuff to get rid of it, and it like burned like shit. And it initially made it worse, and then it made it really better. But then it came back like 2 months later, and I didn't want to get more scalp steroids. So it's also really expensive. So I was like looking at homeopathic treatments, and one of them was like rub salt into your scalp, and it actually worked. Like
Huh.
I rub salt into my scalp like once every 2 weeks, and it keeps the dandruff down to like a much more reasonable level with much more consistency than the scalp steroids did. So hooray for saving like £20 a month.
Yay! Is dandruff actually a fungus?
I don't know. There's
Look
lots
that
of
up now.
different. I think dandruff might be different, or it might just dandruff might just be a general catch-all term for like flaky skin on the scalp, including yeast infections or fungal infections or whatever. Anyway,
Oh shit!
there's
No,
one.
however,
There's,
the real cause of dandruff is actually a yeast-like fungus, melisib, which lives on your scalp, feeding on skin oils.
yeah, there you go.
What?
So if you rub salt into the scalp, it kills the yeast.
Holy shit!
Yeah.
Oh my god! I didn't want to know this, but now I do.
The more you know.
Yay! All right, I'm done. Set me free from this prison so I can go take care of my laundry.
Okay, well, yeah. One last question, and then we'll finish up.
Right.
It's the last thing on my checklist. Trigger topics, taboo things that you
Yes.
definitely don't want in the game.
Well, I grew up pretty much fed on like the teat of fantasy, so a lot of things like discrimination, slavery, and stuff I'm okay with, usually because I can kick their ass and shut them up anyway. Probably not going to be okay with any like rape stuff.
Sure. Yep.
If you want to bring up anything that involves bodily invasion by insects, I will leave the game.
Okay, I will avoid body horror involving insects.
Just like stuff invading your skin is just like, it gives me a real fucking full body shiver. Like, oh god, no.
That's fair.
You ever heard of bot flies? Disgusting. I have nightmares.
Bloat flies or
No, bot flies.
bot flies.
Don't look them up.
Do I want to look this up?
No, absolutely. I'm telling you right now, 100%, 110%, do not look them up. Don't even bother. Some things are not worth knowing about.
I think I might have seen these before. Oh god, yeah. Yeah.
Why did you fucking do it? I told you!
I've heard of them before. I was just trying to remember if I knew them. Okay, so no bot flies.
Nothing like that. None of that, like, under the skin bullshit. I hate all of it.
What's
all of it?
What's that thing? Is it like tracheophobia? Fear of holes?
No, it's trypophobia.
Trypophobia.
Yeah, anything with that. No, thank you. Goodbye.
Yeah, sure.
I'm gone. I'll come to your house and I'll kill you. I won't kill you if I come to your house. I'll probably, like, I don't know, bum around and play some games. But think about it.
Okay.
You know what, Joseph Bird? I don't know what that is. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I live my life free, clean, all right? If I could be like one of those one of those hipster, like, crystal motherfuckers who, like, loves going out and charging up with energy, I'd fucking do it. I'm not like that, though. But I will avoid all of that werewolf apocalypse bullshit. I don't need it in my life, all right? I am a pure human being. I'm a child of God. Amen.
Okay.
No rip stuff. No body horror, insect bullshit. let's see. Probably like super detailed torture. I won't like.
Yeah, that's fine.
Like if you're just like, okay, you're put under torture and you're just like horribly beaten up or something, I'm like, all right, fine. But
Yeah,
if you're like, they take needles and shove them under your nails, I'm like, nope.
yeah. So
No, thank you.
sort of if that ever happens for whatever reason, like fade to black or just be very surmissive in the way that I describe it.
Yeah, it's like he gestures to the guards, take care of her, torture. Torture happens, that's fine.
Yeah. And
I
then the
don't need to
torture.
know. Then the torture. I don't need to know the details.
Yeah, okay.
Um,
Romantic, sexual stuff, anything like that? Obviously no rape, but anything else?
I mean, I'm going to assume that like any romantic or sexual stuff, I'm probably going to start if it involves me.
That's true.
In which case, then if I'm for it, then I'm for it. If I'm not, then I won't initiate it. If I walk into a room and there's like an orgy happening, I'm okay with that.
Yeah. Okay.
No trips to Malphaeus.
No trips to Malphaeus.
No, that's in chat. I don't understand.
No, that's unfair. Malphaeus has a lot going on. It's not just all insect, weird, creepy stuff.
Oh, well, okay, bye, Malphaeus. I didn't need to know you anyway. You're literally a dimension sewn in some guy's butt, so you know what? I don't care.
No. Malphaeus is a dimension sewn inside his own butt.
Yeah, he's sewn into like he's sewn into his own butt. I don't need to. Yeah. You know what? It's fine.
He's also a city, and one of his souls is the sun inside himself. It's very complicated.
The weird sex stuff. What?
Oh, there is weird sex stuff in Malphaeus, isn't there? But that's no. But that's stuff that I'm almost considering non-canon because it's weird sex stuff that was written by like two different writers that didn't talk to each other that wrote the Infernals book, which is the least liked Exalted second edition book ever written. So I'm okay with like writing that off as non-canon.
I'm also okay with writing that off as non-canon. What kind of weird fucking sex? You know what? The book was written by a couple of kinksters, wasn't it? They had some kinks going on.
So there's some fun kinky stuff in Exalted. Like there's a semi-official knockoff game called XX Exalted, which had like sex charms and stuff. Like that was really fun. But the Infernals book, if I recall correctly, they had like basically the infernal exaltation was like, I'm probably gonna muck this up, but it's like, this is probably gonna sound awful and it's probably not quite right, but also just as bad in some other terrible way. The infernal exaltation was like tied in some way to like unconsenting child rape victims or something, like weird and horrible. Gross. And like not at all kosher. And they were like, yeah, this is fine. And it's like, no, you're just infernals, right? You were given power by the demons. That's it. You don't need to like bind this in some weird creepy sex way. You're exalted by demons. Cool. End of story.
I feel like maybe the people who wrote that book might have needed some help, like some psychological help to get rid of some issues that they might have had.
Yeah.
By the way, I looked at the XX Exalted, and the first thing I see is a scroll of swallowed darkness, which I'm not gonna lie, I kind of want. I need to know what this is.
There's a censored version and an uncensored version.
I'll take the uncensored version. What is this?
The censorship is just on the pictures. Like they hired artists to basically draw kinky exalted softcore porn. It's also an incomplete book. Like it's like 20 pages or something, and it's like this. It's like a manuscript of ideas that like they would maybe include in a book as a joke. I think it was an April Fool's thing, but it's like semi-serious and like the charms kind of make sense sometimes.
I see naked ladies.
Yeah. Anyway. Cool. So I think that's everything.
Yep.
So
But I mean, if we run into stuff that I'm not cool with, I'll just straight up tell you.
yes, just by all means, if there's anything that you're uncomfortable with, just say, add a game, William, I'm not okay with this. Let's move on, or I'm leaving, or whatever.
Yep.
I think
I'm
there's a
very
good.
vocal about what I want and what I do want, and what I do not want, I'm super vocal about. By the way, Joseph Bird, I don't know what that charm is, but I want it.
I think it was a custom charm for the. Actually, I can't remember. It's been ages since I read X Exalted.
But you did it just for research, right?
Yes, for research purposes. I read it for the plot.
For the plot. I read the Playboy for the articles. I'm not gonna lie to you. For a very long time, I didn't actually know that Playboys had articles. I just thought they had pictures. This should tell you, though, that I've never cracked one open in my life.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't think I have either. They're kind of like an older generation thing. Before
They
the
really
internet.
are. I mean, like, now you just go on Google and you just type up, like, big booty bitches or something. I don't know what you're into. No, wait, I do know what you're into.
I don't know what that means.
Never mind.
All right. I'm trying to look for a rule. There was a rule that's like in the 30 Exalted rules that's like actually really good. That's basically like I forget what it's called. It might be just called like the red rule or something.
I got freaked out for a second because as I turned my head to look to the side, I heard
Red
my
rule.
cat. But when I looked, I didn't see a cat. There was no cat. So I turned back and I heard the cat even closer, and I just whipped around and there was no fucking cat. And I was like, what the fuck am I hearing? And so I look, and like peeking from behind the window curtain, I just see one singular cat. I'm like, thanks, Tegan. You scared the shit out of me.
Yeah, I think this is a good rule. This is from Third Ed Exalted, and I feel like this should probably be in most games. This is called the red rule.
Okay.
The Exalts are often driven by their desires, inflamed by passions that span the centuries, many chosen while away the years in pursuit of torrid love affairs and whirlwind romances. With some of the chosen, seduction is an art form. With others, it is an instinct. In the social influence system, seduction can be accomplished in a number of ways. The seducer may rely on the instill action through blah, blah, blah. This is mechanics stuff. She may then use the persuade action, insinuating herself into the comforts of her target. Others may find it easier to simply attract interest at social gatherings through seductive gestures or facial expressions, perhaps accentuating their most provocative clothing or favorite features in order to draw attention. In these and many other cases, the character need not use the instill action, and if the persuade action is required, it can blah, blah, blah. Generally, when the seducer's target is already interested in sex, no roll is needed. Seduction can also be accomplished through the bargain action in a roundabout way. The Empress herself once wrote her frustrating attraction to the boorish Brem Mast, whose wealth drew her as surely as his handsome brow. In almost all aspects, Exalted doesn't mechanically distinguish between storyteller characters and those of player control. Here's the exception. A player-controlled character can only be seduced by seduced or otherwise put in a sexual situation if the player is okay with it. Otherwise, any such attempt fails automatically. This is completely up to the player's discretion, and they can waive this rule's protection if they want their character to be seduced, if they think it would improve the story for whatever reason. This is entirely up to the player and on an attempt-by-attempt basis. Waiving the rule once doesn't void your ability to call on it later against the same character or even in the same scene. If no one in your group ever invokes this rule, that's also fine, but players don't have to watch their characters put in a sexual situation they're not comfortable with. Groups that feel comfortable in doing so should allow player characters the full range of their seductive prowess when entangled with storyteller-controlled characters, although remember that the storyteller is also a player and their boundaries should be respected.
Solid. I don't think that rule exists in D&D, because if so, I've never heard of it.
No, I've never seen it in any other system, but Exalted is one of the more raunchier systems out there.
This is
so
very
it makes
true.
sense for them to put that rule in.
In our first session, we did have like a fucking orgy. There was an orgy there.
Yeah. Cool. Okay, so I think that's a good place to end the session.
With raunchiness.
With raunchiness.
Like,
cool. So same time next week?
Yes. Hey, at least this time we didn't spend like 7 hours.
How long has it been? We started at like around 2:30, so it's now 7 o'clock. So yeah, like 5 hours.
Hey, that's still like a 2-hour difference. I'm proud of us.
Hooray.
However, we did only have one character to do this with.
Yeah, so with one-on-ones, it's like a lot more intimate, I guess. So if the sessions may be shorter just from like exhaustion, because there's like no one to turn to. Yeah. So
it's just the spotlight's on you, and that's it.
Yeah. So potentially expect shorter sessions. We'll go as long as we feel comfortable going for, I guess.
Okay. Also, I just want to put it out there, Denati may not have the prettiest face, but she's got a body like Serena Williams, okay, so.
Hey, she's skinny and short.
She's also buff as shit.
Yeah.
She just flexes those muscles and the men come running.
Cool. Okay. Well, see you next week, and we will be streaming this each week as well. So everyone.
Yeah, because it turns out this is a lot easier.
Yeah, it turns out it's very easy to stream with Google Hangouts. You don't have to deal with an encoder. You don't have to deal with anything.
God bless.
It's great, and it automatically uploads. There's no like. I wish I knew this sooner.
I want it.
All right. See you later. Thanks for coming.
See you later.